Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. We're back on our regular channel, Frontline Black News, on this season 5. Sorry. And I'm your host, Chan Krumler, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che. And on this season 5, episode 49, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is Hurricane Melissa hitting Jamaica, wiping Jamaica off the map. No, I should have put that on here though. But let's see. The first topic is food banks across the nation fear a surge. For the surge of 42 million will cause chaos if food stamps isn't paid. White Americans are finally realizing how cruel their government is, or can be to them. Then NYC's hip hop museum supported or be suspicious. Definitely be suspicious. FBAs call out Burkina Faso over citizenship scam. Dr. Africana sets the record straight. They lied about what's really happening in Burkina Faso. Truth revealed. Bishop Winans and the decay of the Black institutions. Biden's Cuba deportations resume policy shift. Asylum and migrant impact explained. Why Black folks put hot sauce on everything. Turk responds to Birdman dissing him at VERZUZ and says no limit wash cash money. They got bad business. No limit artist Mercedes is heated. Master P didn't allow her on stage. No limit Mac explains why Mercedes didn't perform their song. I can tell at the VERZUZ. Mayor calls vibrant Denver bond package wiser fiscal choice, but critics want to stop debt. Proposed 2026 Denver budget to be finalized on Monday, which is today. A full interview Denver Mayor Mike Johnson on extending the city's flock camera contract. And we're going to break out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get a news from a frontline and Black First perspective. And we are a part of the new Black media and also signal boosters of the new Black media. We have been around for 5 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one we started back in 2020, 2021. What we got in here? This is Mac or Twin. Salute, Mac. Mac 285's in the building, ladies and said peace to the family. Change was 2025, 2100. Yes. And Shabaka will be joining us tonight. He's on the road. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016, and I've been around for 10 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It's also a part of the Frontline campaign that has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure to like and subscribe and share the broadcast. FBA family, please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description. And I don't have time to read all this, but y'all get the gist. So the first topic is the food banks. So with the government shutdown, food banks are going to be the lines are going to be around the block. As y'all know, I have attended several food banks and I have live streamed them as well, my visits, and you see how packed they were, and this is before the government shut down. So you just imagine what they're going to look like now if this government shutdown continues another week. So Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on that.
You've tried it your way, but you're still in debt.
Now a Category 5 hurricane, and the bad part about the situation in Jamaica, you know, like here, we had a Category 5 come to Houston, well, we would just evacuate inland, you know, to somewhere else in Texas or wherever the place we're gonna go. But over there, you just got to hunker down in place. And I remember before riding out a Category 2 hurricane, and I was like, oh, never again would I do that. Anything over a 1, I'm not doing it. But to say this is a 5, and, you know, it's also concerning for us here as a company because we have 2 people that work with us in Jamaica. We have, you know, Sister Whitney that y'all see out of Kingston. And we have Sister Kalila, which y'all don't see. Now, Sister Kalila, she helps post on the app. That's what she do. And she's in Jamaica as well. So we have two people there in Jamaica that, you know, we're trying to talk to them and make sure they're good. And, you know, hey, you know, y'all need anything. So we definitely don't want nothing to happen. They were family. So that's also a good thing. But that kind of storm is a monster storm, you know. And listen, I just remember last year we dealt with Hurricane Beryl, and that caused so much problem. Let me tell you about hurricanes. I'm like that lady talking about the foreigners in South Africa, that lady. I hate hurricanes. I hate hurricanes with a passion. I really do, because they're so disruptive to your life. I mean, it's so disruptive. You know what I'm saying? And it just can destroy everything. Then people get stupid. Then the criminals come out. And those natural disasters is when you really want to make sure you got a good man around or some good men around to make sure that you are protected. Because I remember that one time where, you know, they had people out there looting, and I was making sure to stay up all night. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't nobody gonna come up in here in my house. And so I was up at night with my stuff and my dog. And I said, okay, you come in here, you want to. You got a good sized dog, and I got something for you. You come in here, you know. But I didn't want to go to sleep because I'm like, no, I had to, you know, man the fort right in my house. But we would definitely pray for Sister Kalila and Sister Whitney and all their families and all the brothers and sisters in Jamaica right now, because this is something. And also, I'm concerned about if this storm do come through here, all the vultures come and swarm around. You're talking about the folks, the vultures. Trying to take advantage. You remember when the situation happened in Haiti with the earthquake, they came in there, the pedos came in there going after their children. That's part of these. We're going to help these black people, right? So that's another thing that I'm greatly concerned about with Jamaica. So I pray this storm don't do as much damage as it could. I really hope it's more so a rain event instead of just destroying everything. But yeah. And the government over there, I don't know why y'all didn't make better plans to evacuate people, you know, especially with a storm like that. Because anytime you live in the Caribbean, you're going to deal with that issue unless you live in Aruba. Now, Aruba it's rare if Aruba get a hurricane because where Aruba is sitting, but all those other islands, oh yeah. Yeah. That's why when people say, you know, well, I like to move to the Caribbean and I live there. That way I can come right back to the United States if I need to. Like, Caribbean was never an option for me because of that reason. I hate hurricanes. I hate them. I hate them. Oh my God, I hate hurricanes. Y'all just don't know. Man, hold on. Let me play that lady. I just gotta play that lady. I'm sorry. I gotta play her. I'm sorry. This is me with hurricanes, y'all.
Africa belongs to South African. I hate foreigner. I hate Krikamba. I hate Kwarakwara. I hate Zaizai. I don't like foreigner. Foreigner must go to their country. I hate foreigners. I am xenophobic. I hate times and times. I don't know how many times. I hate foreigners. I am xenophobic. I don't like foreigner because foreigners, I don't have a child because of foreigner. Ramaphosa, take these foreigners to their country right now.
Yeah, that's how I feel about hurricanes. How she feel about foreigners is how I feel about hurricanes, you know. And I guess shout out to that sister. I guess she'd have been through some things with foreigners in South Africa. Who am I to talk about the issues like that? That's why I keep my mouth shut. I stay in my lane. I stay in my lane. But yeah, y'all. So please pray for our brothers and sisters out there in Jamaica. I was kind of, looking at the tracker here. It's kind of rain bands from what I'm seeing now. It's not really hitting anything, just rain bands. But yeah. But like I said, we'll definitely keep y'all informed best way possible, making sure Sister Whitney and Sister Kalila is good out there. All right. So let's go ahead and get started here. Let's go ahead and get started. All right. You say you was in Cabo a couple years ago. You say it's rare on the Pacific side of the ocean. You say we had a Hurricane Irene. Yeah. No, they don't say that word in South Africa. No, they don't say no Akata. That's Nigerians with that. No. They're words for foreigners, and they say foreigners, and they're not talking about us. They talking about a lot of the Africans that come there. Because what happens is South Africa is a country that everybody on the continent floods to because it's like America. I'll be honest with you. That's the only African country I've seen so far that's closest to America. So if you want to go to the African continent that's very close to America and you kind of what you used to, South Africa would be it. So everybody can't flood America. So they go to South Africa. That's why the term she was calling them query, all of that's like a derogatory term for like a foreigner or whatever. Okay. So yeah. There's a lot of terms they got for them, but hey, that's their business. I'm not involved. I let Renell Wade fight that battle. All right. So let's go ahead on and look at the first thing we want to look at. Because this is very, very important, and because a lot of our people are on Snap. Let's call it what it is. Yes, the folks represent the most, but we still got a good amount of our people on Snap. Okay, and because we have our people on Snap, and we're not going to sit here and demonize our people. Yes, some of our people, was not applying themselves. Yes, but not all of them, because there are people what you call the working poor. Like, the video LaSherica made the other day talked about if you make $7.25 an hour, 40 hours a week, in a year, you're not even making $20,000. You know what I'm saying? You're working full time. So you have to be on something like Snap to supplement because you're not making any money. Okay. So the food banks have been stepping in and the food banks have been stepping in now because of the federal workers. Because everybody lives paycheck to paycheck in this country. It's the supposed richest country in the world, right? We're the richest. No, you're a third world country masking itself as the richest. We are broke in this country. We are broke. We are $37 trillion in debt. We are broke. The average American cannot live past their check, period. They can't. The average American can't go to the car lot tomorrow and buy a car that they want. They can't go buy a house cash. They can't do any of that. If your whole life will tumble, if you miss one paycheck, that means the majority of us we broke. And it's the system that we're in that keep us that way because they want us to stay basically in debt. Because, the scriptures teach the debtor is in servant to the lender. That's why they want us with payments. If we keep doing payments for everything, and not being financially wise, and trust me, all of us have made those mistakes, including me, okay? They get us on this capitalism. Oh, we got to have the latest this, the latest that, the newest car, the newest phone, the newest clothes. You want to stunt for this, stunt for that. Even in our culture, we look down on people. They're not dressed a certain way. So people are pressured in our own community to go spend money they don't have to impress other black people that they want to be around. You don't drive a certain car you look down upon. You call broke in our community. Why? Why? It don't make sense. Until you elevate to a point like, I don't care about them people. Who cares? But it takes time for people even to get there. And we should not be looking down on somebody about what they drive and what they wear. You don't know what they got going on. Period. That don't mean they're a good person or a bad person either. I've met plenty of people who got money, dress good, and they evil. They're a certified piece of crap. And I've met people in our community that'll look like they got much or nothing, and they really don't have much. And they the best people ever. That's the people you want around you. Some of these people that got all this money sometime, you know what I'm saying? They not humble. They arrogant. It's like you don't want to be around them. And then they look down on other brothers and sisters. Just don't, cause, them and like, you know what I'm saying? So we shouldn't be judging each other based on somebody's money or whatever, because you don't know what they did to get that. Number two, are they humble? I think the more you get, the more humble you need to get. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion. That's my opinion. But let's get to where I want to show y'all first, so we can continue. And we're gonna have a good discussion today. Give me a second. This is what I'm looking at. Yeah, here we go. All right. So the food banks, they bracing for overwhelming demand as SNAP cutoff looms. As we know, if the government don't do nothing by by I guess the 31st, then no one would get their SNAP payments. Okay. So you can clearly see, the picture by the volunteers, and they're helping federal workers. Now it's sad that federal workers have to be in the line like that, but Congress is getting paid. Congress is getting paid, and they're rich. All of them are rich, and they're getting paid, and federal workers not getting a dime. America, y'all gonna have to have a come to Jesus moment about this government. All right. So they say food banks across the United States were stretched thin even before the federal government shut down. They said rising food prices had driven a growing number of people to their doors. Cuts to federal programs left them with less to give. Say now that system, a last resort of tens of millions of hungry Americans, anticipating even greater surge in demands. They with no end in sight. The nearly month-long federal government shutdown funding for the nation's largest food assistance program, known as SNAP, would disappear at the start of November, according to the Department of Agriculture. On Friday, the Trump administration said in a memo that it would not tap into the contingency funds to keep payments flowing to states. But he sent money to Argentina that could have actually paid the SNAP program. He found $40 billion for that, but he couldn't put the $8 billion in SNAP. Okay. He said that means roughly 42 million Americans who rely on SNAP, and said may soon have to find other ways to feed themselves and their families. Many of them will turn to local food pantries. Anti-hunger organizations and food banks say the surge in demand will almost certainly exceed the capacity to respond, and the impact could resonate well beyond the shutdown. Now, they talking about the amount of Americans who gonna face hunger this year and all of that. Let me go to another article. Say food banks brace for 42 million without SNAP. Now they talking about the shutdown as usual. They say if SNAP run out this week. They say the food banks say they will face a demand they can't possibly meet alone. 100% right. They can't. They're not made for that. They said the gap was already said to be exacerbated by the sweeping SNAP eligibility changes. Because yes. Also, November 1st, a lot of changes happened. So a lot of people getting kicked off of SNAP, regardless, due to the one big beautiful bill. They said that the administration's tax and spending bill, including expanded work requirements, food banks are already strained by the federal program cuts. They say they're seeing working class. Now, working class means people who have a job, not people who's sitting at home, but people who have a job face an unprecedented attacks. Said a George Matisic, if I'm saying it right, executive director of the Philadelphia-based Share Food Program. So what the shutdown is doing is just, instead of throwing water on the fire, it's throwing gasoline on it. Okay. So they say Department of Agriculture said they weren't going to provide November SNAP payments. They said 42 million go without aid in face of potential hunger crisis. They talk about the contingency funds, but they're not doing anything about it. So let me get back on here, y'all. Let's have just a real conversation. Yes, we had the conversation about who's the most on it. Yes, it has been revealed. We're hearing about the crash outs with those folks. Yes, but once again, we want to focus on, as I can say here, we focus on our community, and there's a lot of people in our community that's going to deal with this issue and problem, right? So if you're facing that today, if you're listening to me, you say, you know what, I don't know what I'm going to do, what to do, man, how I'm going to eat. First of all, look at this as a blessing. Let me tell you why. If you could learn how to make it without SNAP anymore, and you make it very well, then you'll know what you're capable of. And also listen, I'm talking to black people. I'm only talking to black people. Have you forgotten God? Have you forgot? Because that's a lot of your problem. See, you traded God the Father for Uncle Sam. You feel me? And when you traded God the Father for Uncle Sam, that's why you're freaking out. Man will always fail you. God would never fail you. If God does not fail the birds of the air don't have a federal program. They don't even have a job. And the birds of the air eat every day. Birds aren't falling out the sky because of hunger. I haven't seen no birds that got skin and bones. But if the scriptures teach that God will feed the birds of the air, how much more he will feed you? Okay? And you have to put your faith and trust in God. I don't care what other people say. I'm talking about your particular relationship with God, not that church house or that pastor. Now, speaking about that pastor, what's that Marvin Winans? He over there asking for all kind of thousands of dollars. His church should be open in Detroit, right? His church should be open, giving food out to the black community. See, right now, black folk, this is your prime time. And I wasn't even gonna go there. Thank the Lord. This is your prime time to get at these black churches, because this is a time that black church is supposed to be having to say, hey, black people in this community, we got food because we collecting all kind of money every Sunday. So, hey, come on over here. We got food for you. Free food, not no paid food. Here you go. Here's a box of food for you. If these black churches don't open up their doors and give food to the people, I'm talking about the ones who are really collecting, the big mega churches, like Creflo Dollar and all them other ones, that them big, on the big campuses. If they're not doing anything for the people during this federal shutdown, or even if this happens with SNAP, I hope it don't. I really hope it don't. But if it do, that black church, and I probably say all of them, but we only focus on black folk here. That black church will expose itself once again. I've told you, if that black church don't open up their door, if they're not doing it now to feed black people, well, they should feed all people, right, that come to them. But definitely the people they should serve in the black community. If they're not doing that, why would y'all go back to that place? Why? Why would y'all give y'all tithes to places that can't even show up and feed you, but can open their hands to you and say, give me 1,000 plus one? Marvin Winans. Marvin Winans, you should be the main person on TV right now and say, come to our church. We got food for you, because we collected a whole lot of money. He just announced Tyler Perry gave him $100,000. Okay, I don't think Tyler Perry would have a problem if you took that $100,000 and say, hey, let's go buy $100,000 worth of food and feed black folks right here in Detroit, because God blessed us with that $100,000, right? Marvin Winans should be feeding people that $100,000. He announced it. So since he announced it recently, and all other money he's recently collected, God has provided money for him to help the people, right? And if he doesn't help the people, then that show you what he is. He is a charlatan, and he is a devil. Yeah, I would call him a devil if you collecting money and you won't help the people in need. And you got it. You just recently got it. Sometimes God give you things at times to help other people. It may not be for you. And if you be a good steward of that money, then God will give you 10 times more. But if you can't help the least of them, then what you doing? And I'm talking about all you preachers. If you collecting a bag, you should be helping. I'm not talking about the church only got 10 people, because they can't do that. They don't have the funds coming in like that. But I'm talking about you mega churches, the ones that collecting a bag. You supposed to be on the forefront. Here in Houston, Lakewood Church, I don't know what they doing or they not doing. I don't know. But they should be on the forefront. They the biggest church in Houston, Lakewood Church. You got black folks that go to Lakewood. All these churches. Y'all should be calling y'all churches, hey, those of you who SNAP and those of you who are federal workers, you should be calling your church and say, hey, what y'all doing about the food? That's the work of the Lord, right? Serving the people. Not serving yourself, but serving the people. I get so sick and tired of these churches. I'm not tired of God. I'm tired of these churches in America. You are robbing black people blind. You're not giving black people nothing practical to live on. You're not even feeding black people. You're not telling them, thus saith the Lord. And you wonder why a lot of black men don't want to go to your church. It's not because they hate church. No. A lot of black men love God, but they don't love what you do. And they see right through you. This is the time to show your Christianity. This is the time. When all the people came to Jesus, they said, hey, don't turn them away. We're going to feed them all. This is your time to be like Jesus. Don't turn people away. Feed them all. And if you don't feed them, then, hey, you expose yourself. I don't have to say nothing. Marvin Winans, I'm calling you out because you said you got $100,000 from Tyler Perry. So you got it. Now, if you went tricked it off on women and clothes and, you acting like David E. Taylor over there, then wouldn't shock me because I don't trust none of you. Because, David E. Taylor got caught up too. All y'all can get caught up. You know they watching you. All that money you getting, being a 501c3. But this is to be expected with a lot of them. That's why I was, listen, during the pandemic, and I'm not a heathen, but during the pandemic, I was happy when they shut them churches down. Let me tell you why. I look at them as eyesores, and all they do is collect money and siphon resources out of the black community. They don't give nothing back. Now, there may be a few out here, and there are a few that do what's right. And I'm not talking about them. Because don't be going tell, oh, Phil, you don't like church people. I didn't say that. I'm tired of y'all acting like petulant children when somebody's talking. No, the problem you got with me is I don't even know you, but yet when I say something, it resonates with your spirit and you feel convicted. And because you feel convicted, now you upset. Don't get mad at me. I don't know you. I ain't call your name. I called Marvin Winans' name, but I didn't call nobody else's name. If you got a problem with what I said, then you got a problem with Jesus himself. Jesus didn't even go hang out in the church house. Jesus was with the people. Jesus was always with the people, trying to solve problems for the people, going with the sick, trying to do things for the people. He wasn't just sitting up in the church house. Hey, Jesus wasn't showing up and hey, give me some money so I can show up in the golden chariot when I go to Jerusalem. No, Jesus came in on the donkey. But if he was the modern preachers, he'd be like, oh, no, I can't. Oh, no, not me. I got to be in a silk outfit. I got to have a stallion, with gold, everything. And I got to have jewelry. I got to look like the dude off of 300. Well, what was that king of Persia? Yeah, Jesus would have to look like him. So if Jesus said that he went on a donkey when he could have came in with looking like the dude from 300 if he wanted to, then that lets you know you are against Jesus himself that you preach. Well, what about you talking about all this money that people giving and Marvin Winans? Now you had to explain yourself after you shamed that lady in church. You remember that story where people gave to Jesus, but then the woman gave to Jesus and she gave all she had? And Jesus said what she gave was way more than what these rich people gave, because he looked at what she gave and her heart was with it. Not, oh, I got it here. So see, Jesus don't even measure you on how much money you got. He look at the intent. He look at what you did, what you sacrificed. Not like, oh, I gave $10 million. Listen, a person's $10, if that's all they got, is worth more than your $100 million in the eyes of God. But these people are wicked. And this food crisis that's going on with the federal workers, and if they don't fund the government, I hope they do. I don't want nobody to go through this. I seriously don't. But if this happens, these churches y'all should be lining up at them churches, not just the food bank. The food bank's doing what they can. How is the food banks doing way more in these church houses? You in the black community, you got church on every corner. Every corner you got a church. But that means every corner y'all should be getting some food. This is annoying. And I wasn't even gonna go there. I wasn't even thinking about no church. I really wasn't. See, that's why y'all, that's the good thing about the live streams. I don't script anything. I just kind of see what the subject matter gonna be, and I let it rip. That's how I do my live streams, and I felt that's more authentic, so I'm letting y'all know. I don't know what I'm gonna talk about when I do this. Sometimes I only have my topic to maybe 30 minutes before the stream, because I don't even know. Sometimes I know, but a lot of times I don't. Today was one of them. I didn't know if I was gonna stream or not. Like, man, God, I'm stuck. Yeah. They got a church on every corner, and they not doing nothing. A church on every corner, and drug addicts all over the place. You know you ain't preaching the word of God, because there wouldn't be a bunch of drug addicts around. You're not getting out of the community. You're not giving these people a way out. You're not doing anything. So not only this stuff is exposing your government, it don't matter if they're Democrat or Republican, it don't matter. Your government, Democrat and Republican, all of them got money. All of them. A lot of them are business people. A lot of them are lawyers. They came in with money, a lot of them. Everybody looked at Trump. Trump not the only one. They all got money. And the wicked thing is that they're all getting paid. Congress is getting paid during the shutdown while federal workers aren't getting a dime. And what's the most dangerous thing, you got air traffic controllers that the airlines are having to give them food. That's embarrassing. That the airlines got to give federal workers food. But the Congress is paid, the Senate is paid. Oh, they getting their checks. TSA, they not getting they money. And you know a lot of your brothers and sisters work for TSA. We see them all the time in the airports, right? They're not getting their checks, and they don't get paid a whole lot. Because trust me, I seen what the starting salary was. My daughter was trying to get on with them. And they not getting their checks. You know what's going to happen? I already see it happening. Because, I mean, if I was them, I would. If I was air traffic controllers and TSA nationwide, I'm like, nah, we ain't coming to work until we get paid. People who are essential, in my opinion, during a shutdown, is your air traffic controllers, your TSA, your law enforcement. You know, all your law enforcement, they have to be paid. Any kind of medical people as attached to the federal government have to be paid. But Congress, the president, and anybody else attached to that cabinet, no. They don't need to be paid. They don't need to be paid. Because the president isn't out there guiding the planes, making sure nobody crash. The senators and the Congress people are not checking people's bags, making sure nobody bring nothing in that's can harm people. See, I'm talking to black folks, but white America, I know you're listening. White America, I know you're listening. How you doing, white America? How you doing? White Americans, listen, I personally don't have nothing against you. But the only thing I'm going to say is this is the cost of racism. See, white Americans, you suffer also with anti-black racism. You think some of you who have racist views think you're harming us when you vote for certain people, but you're actually suffering more than we're suffering in the end. You understand? Listen, this will be a nightmare for you if they don't fund the government by the 1st. This will be a nightmare for you. Because I think for the first time you will actually suffer a consequence of your actions due to doggone racism. I mean, you do suffer because of racism, you just don't see it. But here's the thing. And I'm not advocating for political parties and what I'm about to say, no. But I think about interest. There we go. So if I was on SNAP and I was the working poor, there's no way I'm going to vote for somebody that's going to say they're going to remove me off of it. But somewhere in your mind, you think that, oh, well, you're going to take the black woman off and the black people off and leave me on. And it don't work that way. And I don't know if you know your European history, but it's literally repeating itself. But your European history, the king and all his people, the oligarchs in that time, hated people like a lot of you. They hated you. This is why you ran from Europe. You fled Europe to come over here. That's why you fled. You fled your homeland to come over here because the king couldn't stand y'all. And the crazy part is y'all erected literally the same system where you got a bunch of the same type of people over you again, and they can't stand you. That is crazy how y'all repeat, but I guess it's in your culture, I guess. That you left Europe and the king, you left them to get away from that, and you literally recreated the same problem. And you recreated the same problem. You agreed with people that don't even like you. But they say, hey, we white and we better than black folk. And them black folks is taken from you. Oh, you vote for us and we'll stop them black people. And they stopping you too, because they don't like you either. A lot of you voted, talking about, I've heard the conversations, they taking this, and I think he mentioned the illegal immigration deal, and, which we talked about illegal immigration here. And the reason why we talked about it is because of lowering of wages. We talked about how they were just dropping them off in the cities and getting EBT and all that. And during the Biden administration, that was ridiculous. Okay, they're not getting it now, but bruh, Trump and them say they don't want y'all to even have it. And check this out. Y'all, Trump said, I got $6 billion. I can send that out. I'm not doing it. And that's going to hurt everybody, of course, that's on the program, but it's going to hurt you more. And a lot of you voted for Trump because you wanted to harm other people who didn't look like you. When are y'all going to learn that racism does not pay? Racism, listen, this was what happened. So the day is here where you're going to suffer for racism. So it's best you don't participate in it. Not by our hand. Y'all don't realize y'all suffering right now because of what y'all do to each other. It's not what we going to do to you. We're not going to do a thing to you. That's the beauty of it. We don't have to do nothing. We can just sit back and chill and relax. Y'all literally eating each other alive, literally. Black folks ain't taking nothing from you. But black folks, you see what happened when we stay out the way? See, nobody could put us in it. Nobody could say, oh, it's been blacks. They did it. Oh, the black people. No. See, this is why we had got that move in the spirit to pull back and just say we chilling. We were staying out of it. And knock yourself out. Have a good time. Are y'all doing No Kings protest? Okay, cool. Now have a good day with that one. I'll watch on TV. I'll watch online. Then they ask me, why they ain't have any diversity? No. We were John the Baptist in this country for a long time. That day is over. That day is gone. We were the prophets that God always sent to you, and you crucified the prophets. You killed them. You jailed them. You exiled them. They tried to fight for justice and freedom on a wicked and corrupt system. Instead of you listening to the prophets that God sent you, you want to harm them. People like Assata Shakur tried to fight for freedom in this country. The sister had her hands up and the cops still shot her anyway. They even said that the bullets that hit her was looked like she had her hands up, and still put some bogus charges on that sister to put her in prison. Them brothers got her out and got her to Cuba, and because Black Americans understand the sacrifices Assata Shakur did for freedom, you got Cash Patel wouldn't even be over here, wouldn't be from the Assata Shakur's ancestors. Want to demonize Assata Shakur. That's always an amazing thing to me. Immigrants coming to this country demonizing black folk. And immigrants, that's why they starting to deal with their issues too, with these people. We warn all the immigrants, hey, watch them folks. They're not your friend. Oh, you're lazy. Oh, you the white people you're right about y'all. Okay, cool. They can be right. Okay. And we starting to see every day the immigrants are learning a good lesson. You know, they first generation, they learned a good lesson too. Now they want to change their tune about them folks. Now they want to try a lot of there's a lot of immigrants now trying to worm their way into blackness. That's interesting to me. I thought we were lazy. I thought we just wanted handouts. I thought that, Sheila says he lied on her. Sheila, if you remember nothing I say, Sheila, if they breathing, they lying. You can't lie to me that much and make me not think nothing else of you until I triple check it. That's why I'm so glad we got more access to information now than we ever had, like AI and all kind of other programs we can fact check what these people say. I love it. I love it. You say it's sad and how selfish and greedy America is. Yeah, because the billionaires, they all can get together and feed America if they want to. They got enough money to do it. They can feed America as a collective of people. Do they want to do it? Nope. They just want to make more money and more money and more money and more money. But before I wrap this up, what could you do? What could you do? Let's talk about a quick solution. Let me talk to black folk. Hold on, I gotta put this on charge. You gonna have to learn to get back to what we used to do. Cause see, listen, when me and my wife got together, I remember we didn't have a whole lot. And we were making, I guess people call struggle meals. And we liked them. We did very different variations of it. But hey, we did what we had to do. Now, I'll tell you what, growing up, we didn't go to restaurants. Stay out in restaurants, too expensive. Fast food, it's a ripoff. They raised the prices and they shrunk the burgers. They shrunk everything. Everything's smaller now. What is the point of going? As somebody who know what things used to look like, you know what I'm saying? I remember, let me tell you what freaked me out the other day. So I saw, because my wife wanted one, she was just craving one, a filet of fish sandwich. She said, well, give me 2 of them. I said, why you want 2? Them burgers are big. She said, just give me 2 of them. When she grabbed that burger, that filet of fish, it looked like a kid's meal. I was like, when did they get that small? I said, because I used to order them a few years ago. When I used to work in the plant, I used to get, sometimes like, man, I can't leave the plant, so I have to order, like Uber Eats or whatever, McDonald's, and they'd bring me one filet of fish would be cool. That thing was so small, y'all. I like, when did they do this? She said, yeah, you didn't know that? Like, I don't really eat at McDonald's, so I don't know. And like, wow, I was shocked. I would say, you do better just go and get the fish at the store, get the buns at the store, and do it at home, which I'll prefer to do that anyway. But I'm like, wow. So stay out of restaurants. You can't go wrong with beans. Beans is a fiber, a protein, right? And rice. Rice is a starch. My grandmother always said, you got to cook food to stick to your ribs. Meaning you got to cook food that's going to make you full. And y'all going to have to go back to them recipes that grandma used to make. Beans and rice, sweet potato. You know, y'all got and look. Okay, milk wise, the milk sometimes is very expensive. You know, you have to look at what's best for you. But if you want it to last, you may have to go like an almond milk or lactate. Lactate lasts a lot longer than the regular one, or whatever. Which black people should not be having no dairy anyway. Black folks should be doing lactate or some sort of non-dairy, because it's not good for black people to have dairy like that. But y'all gonna have to go back to learning what grandma used to do, and meals that you cook enough meals that it lasts 2-3 days, okay? And that's what you eat. Your kids say, I don't want that. I want this. I'm like, well, you don't want to eat today. That's what I was told growing up. I guess you don't want to eat because that's what we got. A lot of parents have spoiled their kids. They give them all the junk food. You ain't gonna be able to afford that junk food. If your SNAP is cut and all you got is $30, well, man, let me go get some rice and some beans, and we'll figure this thing out. We black. We know how to cook. We throw all kind of stuff in it.
That's right.
You can make, man, I can make 1,000 different. Shoot, I know how many of y'all remember egg and rice. I love egg and rice. How many of y'all remember that? Eat some egg and rice. Egg is a protein, gonna fill you up. Rice is a starch.
Yep.
You'll get double full off of egg and rice. If you can afford meat, hey, add some sort of meat to it. Chicken, some sort of meat, whatever. Because growing up, I ate some sort of meat every day, beans and rice. Of course, you know that the meat made gravy and all that, because, you know, the smothered chicken, the smothered pork chops, at least when I used to eat pork, fried pork chops, you know, gumbos and, my grandma would make okra, but see, the way my grandma would make okra, because my grandfather grew it. And when she made okra, I'll never forget, I ate somebody's okra one time. I was like, what is wrong with this okra? And I told my grandma, she said, oh, they didn't cook the slime out of it. He said, you can't cook no okra. If you cook okra, you got to cook all the slime out of it. I was like, oh, that's why it tasted like that slimy, you know what I'm saying? Well, my grandma cooked that okra, man, I could eat that okra by itself. She'll cook that okra in there, put them tomatoes in there, and she may put a little, some of that Zumo's Party Time sausage. How many of y'all remember Zumo's Party Time sausage? She'll put that in there, boy. Yeah, the greens. Yeah, you're right. The greens, mustard green, collard green, cornbread. So sometimes cornbread and milk. How many of y'all would do cornbread and milk? Did you get that salmon, make them salmon croquette sandwiches? Shoot, biscuits. I never ate biscuits from a can. My grandmother would make her own biscuits, homemade biscuits. With that self-rising flour and milk and other stuff she put in there. Make them biscuits, put them in there. And that's, yeah, you know, so you had them good biscuits. You had at that time period them Jimmy Dean sausages. Remember them Jimmy Dean sausages back in the day? Some eggs or whatever. But you eat good. Shoot, you may have some good cinnamon toast. Hey, you get some bread and get some cinnamon sugar. You know, put that butter on that bread. Some of that cinnamon sugar. You put in that broiler, but you got to watch it though. Put in that broiler, it get just right in that broiler. Oh, that cinnamon toast be good. Oh, y'all don't know how good that cinnamon toast would be good. A whole lot of stuff we did growing up. Y'all better learn. You can't eat modern. Not when the money not there. Yeah, cornmeal. Yeah. You say you still make homemade biscuits? Yeah. You can do a lot with self-rising flour, regular flour, beans, rice. You know, get you some syrup. Shoot, you know, get you some jelly, put in there on them biscuits. Whole lot you can do. There's so many recipes out there for you. But you can't go wrong with beans and rice. If the kids don't like it, well, you know, hey, this is what we got to do for right now. I don't like it either, but this is what we got to do. Them kids don't need no soda. They don't need no junk food. They don't need that. They need to eat. Nah, we didn't do no mackerel. You talking about going fishing? Yeah. You know, down where I was from, you know, there's a lot of catfish, right? So, you know, sometimes we would go out there and fish and get that catfish or whatever. It was fun like that. So we didn't have a real fishing rod. We had them you remember them bamboo them bamboo poles and tie that wire to the bamboo. Instead they're holding that bamboo but you put the little floaty at the end and get them earthworms out the ground. That's what we do. That was the bait. The earthworms out the ground. Dig them earthworms up. Put on that hook. Not all that fancy stuff. Just some good old earthworms. Yeah. But all right, y'all. All right. So in other words, what I'm telling black people, if they don't get your stuff, you got to remember what grandma used to fix and go back to that. You know what I'm saying? All right. Well, thank y'all for joining us on tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure to click
I thank you, Uncle Phil, for that awesome update on the food banks and why they're going to be filled up coming first. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I think that, like I said earlier today, the city council was that they had 31 days. They have their 30 days to make a plan for their constituents so that they didn't have to suffer like that. You know, they had their 30 days to get the food bank stocked up. You know, a city council, they hold the purse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they chose not to. And every state is like this now. You know what I mean? So we gotta be mad at that. Yeah, you know, it sucks. It shows really blatantly, you know, that they don't give a fuck about people. They're getting paid, they're eating nice, they gonna live good, or the people suffer, you know, they don't care. But he's right, you know, we just gotta go back to um, making things that are gonna last for a few days, you know, like a pot of motherfucking spaghetti or beans and rice, you know, things like that, oatmeal, shit like that, you know what I mean? We're gonna have to make do. It will come back or it won't. Um, but we, as black people, sad to say, but we know how to make it. We can make it. You know what I mean? Like, we're not really sweating it too much. You know what I mean? Where the white folks are over there complaining, they just out their mind now.
Right.
They're gonna start crashing out. Whereas we know already because we had been watching signs. So we had been stocking up or we had been making preparation. Some of us know how to fast, you know, things like that. And I think ultimately we're gonna be okay. Uh, we're just gonna have to make do. We have to utilize these motherfucking resources that we really don't use because other people need them. You know what I mean? But now we're gonna be in need, so we're just gonna have to buckle down and humble ourselves and hit up some food banks or whatever we gotta do. You know, keep in mind, you know, that the most vulnerable come before us sometimes. You know, you got elders that need to eat, you got children, and you got pregnant women. You know what I mean? Uh, uh, the working man. You know, they need to eat. Men need to eat more than anything. You know what I mean? Men and children and women, but men especially because they're the warrior class. Without a man, you know, without a man having fuel in the system, how you gonna protect us? How you gonna look out for us, right? So we gotta make sure that you know our men are good too. They're the children and then us, and that's just the way it has to be for a little bit. We can't get bogged down because you know we're supposed to look out for each other, and it's that time where we need to show that amongst each other. You know what I mean? In the community, regardless, you know what I mean? Um, we just gotta we're gonna be alright. We're always alright. You know what I mean? So I think he's right though. I think he's absolutely right. Um, and that's that. That's all I gotta say. It's it's not really something to be upset about if we argue what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? It doesn't belong to us anyway. They go Jesse. Jesse. Jesse,
Yes.
go ahead. You done?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So moving on to the next topic. It's already midnight. It's on Tuesday. Jesus Christ. Alright. So moving on. What time was it?
Did cancel it?
No, it was before that. Fine. FBAs called Burkina Faso over citizenship scam. Dr. Afrikaner sets the record straight. Oh, this is like a stupid.
Where's the word?
No, baby, it's not that.
Family. If you want to go, Africans in diaspora are excited. Foundation of Black Americans, African Americans, they were excited because Captain Ibrahim Traore, through the ADDI, that's the Africa Diaspora Development Institute, extended a hand of invitation to all Afro descendants to come back to Africa to come finish the work Marcus Garvey started. They were excited. Now, through the ADDI, that's the African Diaspora Development Institute, over 200 Africans in diaspora were taken to Burkina Faso May 2024. The Faso see opportunities and business they could invest in. It was open to them. Let's watch the video.
They wanted to make sure we understand what is going on in Burkina, and that there are people that others can easily forget. We see you, understand what you're going through. Sometimes when people tell you a story, coming here and actually see all of you and the conditions you're living in, and it's all because you stood for what you believe in. Change.
Our main goal is to make sure that what is happening here in Burkina Faso will be a resounding success. Failure is not an option.
Now, the ADDI also said that they will be going home October. From 26th October to 8th of November, they would have citizenship conferred on them for those who wants the Burkina Faso citizenship. Many questions were asked, and these questions were answered on their website. Let's check it out. Now, some people asked, how do we get permanent residency? All ADDI members who had applied for citizenship and have submitted their background checks will be granted permanent residency. The regulation that states that you need to have resided in Burkina Faso for 5 years has been waived for ADDI members who had already applied for citizenship and are already on that list. Also asked, will there be a formal ceremony for the issuance of permanent residency? The answer is yes, the government of Burkina Faso will still have a ceremony to grant permanent residency, whilst the team is in Burkina Faso between October 26th and November 8, 2025. Some people also asked, can immediate family members also get permanent residency? And the answer is yes, they can. Many people also asked questions like, how many years do permanent residency cover? How will permanent residency cost? How much will permanent residency cost? Will we be obtaining this residency card during our visits? Can immediate family members also get permanent residency? Family, so many people asked different questions. So many African Americans are interested in this. So many FBAs are interested in the citizenship of Burkina Faso. But Recently, we got news that it was all fake, that their money was spent by the ADTI, that they only scammed them. They did not really do what they said they were going to do. Let's watch a video of these men who claimed they were scammed.
Well, guys, breaking news. Not necessarily the best news. There are a lot of folks who are very heavy-hearted this morning, and I want to offer some encouragement. So the breaking news is that Burkina Faso has declined on its offer of citizenship.
So you're going to hear a lot of news going around about Burkina Faso and the citizenship with ADDI and, Black Americans, Black in the West, and, everybody was supposed to be getting citizenship, and now that whole thing ain't come to pass.
Now, these guys say that Dr. Arikana conspired with Burkina Faso to scam Black Americans of their money, that they paid for the trip and nothing happened, that they were scammed. They also painted Burkina Faso as a state of war, insecurity, and that they couldn't keep to their promise. Painted Captain Ibrahim Traore is scammer. Burkina Faso is scam. Everything scam. But she came out to debunk that, and she explained what really happened.
We had 4 of our members who had done their DNA, and their DNA said they were from Burkina Faso. I started advocating for these 4 people to receive their citizenship. About a month or so later, there was a letter that came specifically asking, as a follow-up to my request for those 4 Burkinabes, to say, if you have a list of any of your members who would like to become citizen of Burkina Faso, send us the list. We did not expect a large number because of what we had experienced when we went to Burkina. We didn't think too many people would be interested in Burkinabe citizenship. But to our surprise, we thought, well, 50 people would be more than enough. Before we know it, we got to 100. And the requests kept coming. In the end, the people who stood up and said they wanted to become citizens of Burkina, there were over 1,000 people. We started mobilizing African diaspora beginning end of last year. We had Zooms where we had people from the embassy come talk to us about this decision from the president. And then eventually they gave us a date in November. Everything was going well until I believe the 26th, Friday the 26th of September, when I got a call from the ambassador saying, Ambassador, I have bad news. The parliament met and they felt that everybody should follow the procedure that the parliament has put together that would include the ADDI. We had thought our program was always a separate one. It was not part of the process the government was going through. However, they were going to make an exception for ADDI members instead of insisting on the 5-year residence requirement in Burkina before you can qualify to apply for citizenship. They were going to allow those on the list to be given the permanent residence.
So family, as seen in the video, she said it wasn't her fault. It wasn't what they planned initially, but things went that way. She said she got a call and everyone must follow the procedure laid down by the parliament. Initially, if you wanted to go to Burkina Faso, you have to go through the ADDI, that's African Diaspora Development Institute. And those who go through the ADDI would have it easier than those who do not go through the ADDI. Unfortunately, they turn everything and say that is not how it's supposed to be. It's not as though they called up everything, they scammed the Black Americans. No, that's not it. Initially, you were supposed to have it easy because we are part of the ADDI. They had Zoom meeting upon meetings talking about this, about the collaboration, about going to Burkina Faso. But currently, the parliament says go through the process. All your documents, all the things you're supposed to do. And for the exception is, if you're part of the ADDI, instead of the 5-year residency, those on the list will be given permanent residency. As seen in that video, she said the numbers skyrocketed. It was initially 50, 100, and then they had over 1,000 people who were interested in obtaining the Burkina Faso citizenship. So you do not just expect the Burkina Faso government to open their arms and welcome everyone. They would want to scrutinize anyone coming into Burkina Faso because of the security issues. Now, I know the Black Americans feel as though they've been scammed, but that is not the case. You don't expect Burkina Faso to just accept everyone. The program is not sprout. They only say, follow the procedure, as she said in the video. One said, I'm a member of the ADDI. I'm currently in Burkina Faso. I can assure you that Dr. Arikana is no scammer. The pathway to citizenship proposal has been suspended temporarily due to structural issues, but diasporas will be granted permanent residency until the country sorts itself out. Permanent residency still allows us access to many of the same privileges a citizen would have. So family, that's the case. It's been a back and forth. While some think they've been scammed by the Burkina Faso government, Captain Ibrahim Traore as leader, Dr. Arikana, some feel no, the country has to sort itself out. It still stands, right? All you have to do is follow the process. Admitting such large number of people, well, I would say in a time where there is a security issue and crisis, don't you think they should be careful? There are still privileges given to those who are part of the ADDI. So this is the situation, family. For those who think they were scammed, Dr. Arikana says, you were not. You just have to follow the process. Comment what you think about the story and do not forget to share, like, subscribe, and turn on your notification button. My name is Linet Alotun. And for more info, download the African Diaspora News Channel app. Thank you for watching.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth.
The music was pumping as hip-hop royalty packed the room. A gala to raise funds for the soon-to-open hip-hop museum in the South Bronx.
Man, it seems surreal. You know, hip-hop is the art form that moves the whole entire globe. It's only right to get it in the Bronx. And I'm proud to be from the Bronx. And it's like a dream come true.
Long overdue, because I mean, of how much hip-hop has done for the culture. You know, I feel like hip-hop has done so much to keep so many different genres alive. So this is long overdue.
Me, Mike, and Hank, in a million years, we never thought it was going to be this. But here it is, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
The museum is opening in your borough of the Bronx. How does it make you feel, Peter Gunn?
Amazing, man. You know, coming from Vice Avenue, 174th Street, coming up under his tutelages, people like him that inspired me. I'm incredibly happy to be here.
This event at Cipriani's Wall Street brought the hip-hop world and business leaders together to support the cause. Several artists were honored for their musical contributions.
Storytelling is my thing, my niche, my calling. From the beginning, it was never about fame. It was about giving our stories a stage, turning on imagination and making art.
Everything that we put our heart, soul into it, is going to be displayed down the road for many generations to see.
I'm accepting the Rap's Next Generation Award tonight.
How'd that make you feel, man, knowing that it's not only about old school, but new school as well?
I'm honored. I'm a leader of the youth, and I'm just grateful to be here, grateful to be awarded, grateful to be seen.
And truly honored to be here tonight to celebrate hip-hop as a culture, to celebrate some hip-hop icons that are my dear friends, including Fat Joe, Slick Rick, and the late Andre Harrell.
The Hip Hop Museum is currently being built out. It's 55,000 square feet on multiple levels, located on Exterior Street off of 149th Street. The museum is not just about New York City, but rather a celebration of the global culture.
I got to give it up to hip-hop. I mean, damn, what would we be without it? You know what I mean? The world would be a boring place without hip-hop, baby. So yeah, I'm glad to be a part of this culture and this university.
Oh my God, for me, hip-hop means education, hip-hop is exposure, hip-hop is taking me into rooms that I had never seen myself in. Hip-hop is giving me longevity.
Oh my God, this is crazy. I thought I was just going to hang out with y'all, but we was just hit with so much emotion tonight. Everything kind of changed for me, just seeing all of us here.
For all of the hip-hop legends in the room, they say they had a fantastic time, and they say this is about the culture. For the organizers of the Hip Hop Museum, they say they expect to open that building in the fall of 2026.
Well, isn't this something? You're going to be building a hip-hop museum in New York City. Now, why are they making a big deal about this? Well, I for one believe that Brother Tariq's excellent documentary had more than a little to do with that. At the very least, more than a little to do with them feeling like they need to go ahead and have a statement of their own. If black folks are going to be putting out documentaries and building museums, well, there needs to be some sort of counterbalance to that. Now, let me go ahead and say off top, a hip-hop museum is good. But if they're sitting here referencing people like Sloppy Joe, I have to wonder just how accurate this is actually going to be. Museums are one of the primary places where you actually learn real history. They have actual artifacts there, and it's supposed to be a place where the literal accounting of events is supposed to be told. But when I see all of these white interests around, I smell an attempt at whitewashing. After all, if they're giving coverage to this and they're not attacking it, that's how you know the white media is pretty much positioning this as something that they want you to accept. Because otherwise, they'd be sitting here saying, well, there's serious questions, though, about the donors behind it, or the message, and they'd be bringing on people to sit there and try to take slick shots at it. I do think it's noteworthy that they didn't try to shoehorn in the talking point that hip-hop came from outside the U.S., at least not for their little news coverage. While Kool Herc does get mentioned, and rightly so, whenever talking about the origins of when hip-hop actually became known to an outside the black community audience, it is false to try to use his parentage as a way to bastardize hip-hop's origins and claim that it came from elsewhere. That talking point doesn't have the traction or the resonance that the white media thought that it did. That's part of the reason why we're not hearing it so much anymore. But that being the case, you got to understand the white media is going to look at that and say, our attempts to conjure magic and just tell people what to believe didn't work in this case. You had black folks who pushed back against it and hard. And now our white media version of the events has had to take a back seat. We've had to relent. We don't like that. We're supposed to be firmly in control. So again, I'm not going to say that a hip-hop museum is a bad thing because it's not. What I am going to say is at the end of the day, you better be cognizant of who it is who's actually behind these things. A museum doesn't do us any good if it's going to rewrite our history, if it's going to downplay, if not outright eliminate our actual contributions, which have been there, and instead decides to make up a phony everyone of every color and background was their narrative out of this. Because every single form of music that we've ever made, in fact, every form of personal expression that black people have ever given rise to always gets lambasted and always gets demonized and pejoratized as being primitive, as being backward, as being, well, jungle music if it's black music. And when it comes to black writers or any form of prose, that's always looked at as being just an extension of some sort of inferior culture. That's the way that we always get typecast and typified by the white media. Anything that black people create, hell, anything that we're even so much as a part of, is always subjected to a hyper-aggressive campaign of demonization and attack. All of this anti-black propaganda to say anything these Negroes have made is inferior, and if you like it, you're inferior too. There's something wrong with you. That's what they do at first. But when black culture predictably turns out to be way too strong for their weak minds to snuff out, then they decide the second tack is going to be appropriated. When white people make something, when any other non-black group creates something, that's always theirs. It's something that they made. There's always cultural propriety. It always belongs exclusively to that group. Other people may use it or imitate it, but at the end of the day, you always got to make sure that they, the creators of it, get their credit. But whenever black people make something, suddenly it becomes community property. It belongs to everyone. Why, black people may have made it, but you know, it's uniquely American.
The museum is not just about New York City, but rather a celebration of the global culture.
Now that's just them watering it down so they can go ahead and elbow us out of the way. By claiming that the very things that they tried to snuff out of existence are now American because they failed to kill it, what they're really doing is they're saying it's not black, it's American, which basically means it has an identity that's going to be defined and ultimately captured by the dominant society. That's the real point. White power has tried to snuff out every single form of music or expression that we've ever created, from ragtime to hip-hop. MTV outright refused to play rap music at all, hoping that it was all just a fad that would go away, the same way that they didn't want to play black music in general, including Michael Jackson. That's what the dominant society did. But rap didn't go away, and neither did we. So, like they did with jazz and rock and roll, the white media began putting emphasis on any and every white person who was within a 100-mile radius, trying to make them the face of our creations. because we all know that the white media or the white backers of any hip-hop museum are going to give Rick Rubin a ton of space for no reason whatsoever. They're going to make sure that he's always there, this fuzzy-faced frat rat. That's how it always is. They immediately begin looking around for any white person who they can shoehorn into the story and say, well, you know, they were actually the real brains of the operation. None of the stuff that these black people were trying to do would have gotten into the mainstream if it wasn't for some white folks doing it for them. That's how they always try to rewrite the story. That basically black people were just dependent on the benevolence of some good open-minded white people. And you see, white people recognize the value of it. Yeah, the one white guy who was somewhere on the other side of town, as opposed to the other 99% of white power brokers who were trying to kill it. This is the way that the white media memory holds things. This is how they rewrite the collective consciousness. But before they can go ahead and try to sell their lies to the public at large, first they have to legitimize it somehow. And that legitimacy takes the form of trying to get black folks to stand beside them and to somehow lend our good offices to whatever their fiction is going to be. So that's the reason why these same people who could not care less about rap music or black people or hip hop at all, now suddenly they're going, well, let's make sure we got Big Daddy Kane and the others there. Don't they want to have the Beastie Boys there? Don't they want to have Vanilla Ice there? And the Beastie Boys in particular, one of the lies that they love to tell is basically that the Beastie Boys were responsible for getting hip hop over, having hip hop translate to a mainstream read white audience. Because of them, that is some BS. The Beastie Boys didn't make hip hop mainstream any more than the Bee Gees made disco mainstream. These people came along later and jumped on a bandwagon that black folks had already built and have been rolling at top speed. Again, I'm not turning my nose up at the idea of a hip-hop museum, and I don't think anybody else should either. It is definitely a worthy art form, and it deserves to be preserved. It's earned the right to be preserved. My question happens to be, who is it who's going to be doing the preserving? Because if the people behind this museum are ultimately the exact same individuals who tried to kill hip-hop in the first place, then as far as I'm concerned, this isn't a museum. It's a mistake. Sloppy Joe and others need to take a step back, a few steps back. I'm not saying that they should be completely and thoroughly censored from the history of hip-hop, but let's make sure that these guys are not put in the first freaking chapter. And anything's going to be said about the likes of Fat Joe, make sure you mention all the slick shots that he took at the very community that created hip-hop. There shouldn't be anyone trying to make any room for pikers or opportunists when it comes to our story. And make no mistake, hip-hop is our story. Everyone else are just tourists. That's the way that they treat black people when it comes to any and everything, no matter how momentous our contributions are. And that being the case, fine. When it comes to the things that we've created, everybody else better know their place, and their place is going to be tourists. We are the stars of our own show, and the limelight must be ours alone. We're not sharing the stage with anybody on this, nor should we. When it comes time for award season, which is what people take as the official recognition of who has merit and who doesn't, all of these white award shows, they have no problem deliberately snubbing black talent and making sure they're going to recognize everybody else's way to say, see, these people, they're more valuable than these black folks over here. Yeah, black folks sold more albums, but everybody else is more valuable. And one has to wonder just how many of the very anti-black racists who are responsible for those so-called award shows happen to have a financial hand in this hip-hop museum. It's a question that needs to be asked. Because if these same anti-black forces think that this is going to be some sort of last ditch for them to write themselves into our page in history, we're going to tell them exactly where they can get off, and there won't be any half-stepping about that. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Jesse, Suleiman Alaji, Gavin Andrade, Mark Singleton, and Reasonable Dude. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Family, there's a whole lot going on in Burkina Faso that the West doesn't want us to know about. The mainstream media pushes violence, propaganda, and misinformation about Burkina Faso. They paint Burkina Faso in a way that scares us and makes us want to run from Burkina Faso, makes us want to sideline Burkina Faso. But some individuals took it upon themselves to pay a visit to Burkina Faso to check out what these guys are saying. Is it really true, or it's just another false information packaged as news? We know that we've been getting lots of stories from Burkina Faso, the jihadists, the Islamist groups, and all fighting against the Burkina Faso government, and how that the Burkina Faso government, from one innovation to another, from one initiative to another, the Captain Ibrahim Traoré government is building Burkina Faso. But these things are not reported, right? The bad side of it is what the mainstream media pushes to our face. Let's check out the videos of these individuals who went to Burkina Faso to see things for themselves.
I've been to a lot of countries in Africa, but I have never been to a country where it's #1. So it could make me a little bit nervous, but I know not to trust the media. So I decided to go anyway. People want to know, is this country safe? Well, as the capital and Bobo are...
Everything is safe in this area. When Ibrahim Traoré come to take the powers, we start to get slowly the peaceful in the
doing it. This is a political country, a military country. Not country, but the capital is. So it makes it tough to record, but here we are, guys, as you can see. Everyone's in a bike. You see bikes everywhere. Kids working early. That's the mosque that we're gonna go see right here. And unfortunately, because I have on shorts, I can't get in the mosque because you only could go in the mosque with pants on, no shorts. That's the mosque right here, right? Yeah.
Now they tell us Burkina Faso is a war-torn country, isolated country, suffering from military rule, but is that really the case? As seen in that video, the people are doing well. If a people can support their government to the point where they sleep outside to protect the government from assassination or war, whatever it may be, does it mean that they are suffering under military rule? They came out. They came out to protect Captain Ibrahim Traoré out of their own will, right? Nobody forced them. Now, does it mean that they are suffering under military rule? Because trust me, no government would get the support of the people if they are behaving anyhow, if they are suffering the people. Who would want to support a bad government or a military ruler that is suffering the people? So as seen from that video, Burkina Faso is a developing country. Like Nigeria, Burkina Faso is growing. Burkina Faso is working. The government of Burkina Faso is working. They have bad roads. They have good roads. You know, sometimes we project the good part of some countries and we leave the bad parts. Yes, that's what we do. Then when these guys come to African countries, they project the bad side of the African countries and they leave the good parts. But when it comes to their own countries, European countries, they project the good side and leave out the bad side. But for African countries, we know they project the bad side, right? They leave out the good parts. Because that's how they want us to see African countries. They want us to think that these leaders aren't trying their best. Now let's check out this video of another YouTuber who also visited Burkina Faso, and he had a swell time in Burkina Faso. Let's watch the video.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to the channel. Wow, guys, you can see how beautiful Ouagadougou. Guys, what I can tell you is never believe what the media tells you. Before coming to Burkina Faso, few people that I told that I was coming to Burkina Faso, a lot of them were like, please don't go to Burkina Faso, it's very dangerous, there's a lot of kidnapping, you'll be kidnapped. So we are in this beautiful area, so I'm gonna be walking you guys around to show you the real Burkina that the media doesn't show you guys, to show you the real streets of Burkina Faso. They're placed together. So on the other side, that is where people get to wait for, I guess, the bus or the cars. Yeah, and what you have to know here, most of people have their own motorbikes. They are like scooters. So on this other side, these different companies of cars, Suzuki, there is Service Express, there is Toyota, Yamaha, so different type of cars. company. So if you want to buy a car, you can come on this.
Now, family, it's one thing to understand that Burkina Faso government, that's the Captain Ibrahim Traoré government, did not rise out of greed or corruption. It did not come to power to eat the people's money, to embezzle funds and go. He came to power to work for the people. He came to power to set things straight, to liberate the people from the grasp of colonialism and neocolonialism. And he is doing just that, family. Now, a number of YouTubers have been traveling to Burkina Faso, and they've been coming up with good reports. Orderly streets, people who love Burkina Faso, who have deep love for Captain Ibrahim Traoré, people who are proud to be Burkinabes. The thing is, some people are even switching sides. They now want to be called Burkinabes instead of citizens of other countries. I mean, the Burkinabes love their country, they love Captain Ibrahim Traoré. And let's talk about Captain Ibrahim Traoré, a young man in his 30s, doing excellently well, cut short the rule of France in Burkina Faso, working towards true independence, enacted new laws and policies that works for the people, different initiative that sees to the growth of Burkina Faso. I mean, what else would the people pray for? This man is achieving, he's doing well, but Western media paints Burkina Faso as a war-torn country. You know, at some point I thought that, oh, Burkina Faso is filled with bodies on the ground, war here and there, gunshots here and there. That was what they made us believe. But these YouTubers, thank God for these individuals that actually went to Burkina Faso to see for themselves. It's not what they say it is. Just the way Nigeria is battling insecurity, it's similar in Burkina Faso. They have their own share of insecurity and they're battling it. But it doesn't mean Burkina Faso is filled with, of course you know that, family. And family, do we need to talk about the reason why the West keeps going after Burkina Faso? Keeps spreading propaganda and wrong information? Of course, we know they are threatened by this young man who stood up against them, against France. And right now, the empire of France is falling because no more dependence on them. So the fact that you can stand on your own as an African country, as an African leader, threatens the West. That's what they don't want. When you prove you can't do it on your own, they come up with sanctions. They come up with assassination plots. So they might try to discredit Burkina Faso, spread propaganda about Burkina Faso. But trust me, family, the thing is, Burkina Faso is thriving, and we are grateful for people like this who travel to Burkina Faso to bring us this news. What do you have to say about this story, family? This is an eye-opener that Burkina Faso isn't what they painted it to be. Comment your thoughts and do not forget to share, like, subscribe, and turn on your notification button. My name is Lenient Akotuni.
When the government shutdown threatens your dinner plate, suddenly bootstraps don't taste so good, do they? Welcome to the reality we've been screaming about for decades. What's happening right now is poetic justice wrapped in a national crisis, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it for anyone's comfort. The government is shut down, and come November 1st, over 40 million Americans on SNAP benefits, what most people call food stamps, are staring down the barrel of empty refrigerators. And here's the kicker that should make your blood boil. The government is sitting on $6 billion in reserves that could feed every single person who's about to lose benefits. $6 billion. Just sitting there while they play political chess with people's ability to eat. But let's talk about who's really panicking right now, because this is where the story gets interesting. For years, and I mean years, When Black Americans, when our communities were struggling on food assistance, them folks had all the advice in the world. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, stop being lazy, get a job, work harder, stop having kids you can't afford. The think pieces wrote themselves. The comment sections were vicious. The political talking points were rehearsed and polished. It was always about personal responsibility, never about systemic failure. We tried to tell them. We screamed it from every platform we could find. We explained that the affordability crisis was crushing us. We showed them the math on how wages haven't kept pace with the cost of living since the 1970s. We pointed to how unchecked illegal immigration was flooding the labor market, driving down wages for the jobs that were supposed to be the ladder out of poverty. We documented how corporations were posting record profits while their workers qualified for food stamps. We laid out the entire economic structure that was designed to keep working people perpetually one paycheck away from catastrophe. And what did them folks say? They said we were making excuses. They said we weren't trying hard enough. They said America was the land of opportunity, and if we were struggling, it must be our fault. They voted for politicians who cut social programs while giving tax breaks to billionaires. They shared memes about welfare queens driving Cadillacs. They convinced themselves that poverty was a moral failing, not an economic reality. But here we are in 2025, and suddenly them folks are about to get a crash course in what we've been living through. The government shutdown isn't discriminating. SNAP benefits don't care about your zip code or your voting record. When November 1st hits and those benefits don't load onto EBT cards, suburban families who never thought they'd need government assistance are going to be making the same impossible choices we've been making. Do I feed my kids or pay the electric bill? Do I buy groceries or put gas in the car to get to work? Do I skip meals so my children don't have to? And now it's a crisis. Now it's unacceptable. Now politicians who spent years voting to cut SNAP funding are suddenly concerned about hungry Americans. Now the news media that ignored food insecurity in Black and brown neighborhoods is doing heartbreaking segments about families in places they actually care about. The empathy is flowing like wine at a political fundraiser, and all it took was for them folks to be in the same boat we've been drowning in. Let me be crystal clear about something. I don't want anyone to go hungry. Not them, not us, not anybody. But I'm not going to pretend I don't see the hypocrisy dripping from every concerned statement and every emergency meeting. This $6 billion in reserves, it's been there. The government has always had the ability to prevent hunger in America. They've simply chosen not to prioritize it because the people suffering weren't people they cared about. The real question nobody wants to ask is this: why does the supposedly richest country in the world have over 40 million people dependent on food stamps? That's not a welfare problem. That's an economic structure problem. That's a wage problem. That's a corporate greed problem. That's a policy failure problem. When you have full-time workers who still qualify for SNAP benefits, you don't have lazy people. You have exploitative employers and a minimum wage that's a sick joke. Let's do some real math here, the kind them folks don't like when you put it in their faces. The federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. It hasn't been raised since 2009. If you work 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year at that rate, you're making $15,080 before taxes. The poverty line for a family of 3 is over $24,000. You can work full-time in America and still be legally poor. And rent? The average one-bedroom apartment in this country costs about $1,200 a month. That's nearly your entire annual income just for housing. You haven't eaten yet. You haven't put clothes on your kids. You haven't paid for transportation. You haven't covered health care. You're underwater before you even start. And illegal immigration, let's talk about that elephant that everyone wants to dance around. When you flood the labor market with workers who will accept lower wages because they're desperate and have no legal protections, what happens to wages for everyone else? They drop. Basic supply and demand. Companies love it because they can pay less. But the American workers competing for those jobs, they're the ones who end up needing SNAP benefits to survive because their wages got undercut. And when Black Americans said this was happening, when we pointed out that our communities were being economically devastated, them folks called us xenophobic. But now that it's affecting them too, suddenly it's a valid economic concern. The affordability crisis is real, and it's been real. Housing costs have exploded. Healthcare is a luxury good. Education requires debt that follows you to your grave. Childcare costs more than college tuition in some states. Groceries have increased by double-digit percentages while wages have barely moved. This isn't about people being lazy or making bad choices. This is about an economic system that's rigged to extract maximum value from working people while giving them minimum survival resources. But here's what's really happening right now, and this is the part that's going to change the conversation whether they want it to or not. Them folks are about to learn what their government really thinks of them. They're about to discover that the social safety net they thought was there for deserving people has holes big enough to fall through regardless of how deserving they believe themselves to be. They're about to realize that the government they pledged allegiance to, that they defended, that they voted for, values them about as much as it values anyone else on Snap, which is to say, not very much at all. Because if the government valued its citizens, those $6 billion would already be deployed. There wouldn't be a question. There wouldn't be a debate. You don't let people go hungry when you have the resources to feed them. You just don't. But here we are, watching politicians play chicken with people's ability to eat, knowing that someone will blink before people start literally starving, but willing to push it right up to that edge for political points. This is the cruelty we've been talking about. This is the indifference we've been experiencing. This is the systemic disregard for human well-being that we've been protesting and organizing against and trying to explain to people who didn't want to hear it because it wasn't happening to them. Well, now it's happening to them, and suddenly the system they defended is showing its true face. The painful truth is that America has never truly valued its working class. It has never prioritized the well-being of regular people over corporate profits and political gamesmanship. It has never treated food security or housing security or healthcare as basic human rights that should be guaranteed. Instead, it has treated these necessities as commodities to be rationed, controlled, and used as leverage. And the people who suffer most are always the ones with the least power, which historically has been Black Americans, Brown Americans, Indigenous Americans, the people whose labor built this country and whose needs were systematically ignored. But the circle is widening now. The cruelty is spreading. The indifference is becoming equal opportunity. And them folks who thought they were safe, who thought their whiteness or their middle-class status or their suburban zip codes would protect them, are learning that in late-stage capitalism, almost everyone is expendable. The only people who are truly safe are the ones with enough wealth to never need government assistance, and that's an increasingly small percentage of the population. So what happens now? What happens when November 1st comes and benefits don't load? What happens when grocery store parking lots fill with people who never thought they'd need a food bank? What happens when families who pride themselves on self-sufficiency discover that no amount of bootstraps can pull you up when the entire down? Maybe, and this is the optimistic take, maybe this becomes the wake-up call that actually changes things. Maybe when enough people experience the cruelty firsthand, they'll stop defending the system that perpetuates it. Maybe they'll start asking the right questions, like why the richest country in the world has 40 million people on food stamps. Like why corporations can make billions while their workers need government assistance. Like why we have $6 billion in reserves, but we're debating whether to use it to feed hungry Americans. Or maybe, and this is the realistic take, they'll find a way to blame someone else. Maybe they'll decide that their need for food stamps is legitimate while other people's need is still somehow suspect. Maybe they'll support temporary measures to help themselves while continuing to vote for politicians who want to gut social programs long term. Maybe they'll learn nothing except that government shutdowns are inconvenient. But here's what I know. We've been sounding the alarm for decades. We've been living this reality while they dismissed our struggles. We've been advocating for systemic change while they told us to work harder. And now that they're facing the same crisis, now that the cruelty is touching their lives, they don't get to act surprised. They don't get to pretend this came out of nowhere. This has been the reality for millions of Americans all along. They just weren't paying attention because it wasn't their problem. Until now. Welcome to the struggle. We've been here. We know the way. The question is whether you're finally ready to fight for a system that values all of us, or whether you'll just fight to get yours and forget about everyone else again as soon as the shutdown ends and your benefits come back. Because that's $6 billion in reserves, that's not just about November 1st. That's about priorities. That's about values. That's about who matters and who doesn't in the eyes of the people we elected to represent us. And right now, the answer is clear. None of us matter as much as we should. Not them folks, not us, not anyone who isn't in the top 1%. The sooner we all recognize that, the sooner we can build something different, something better, something that doesn't let children go hungry while billionaires argue about tax breaks. The cruelty isn't new, it's just not selective anymore.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure the YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address.
I, Roberta McCoy, given faith and stand in unity with the vision of perfecting church of sowing this seed of $1,000 plus $235 and receiving the blessings to come to all that participated.
Now that's only $1,200.
Yes.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do. Now listen to me. We're going to do this a couple of ways. Those that have the 1,000 plus 1, that means you're coming with your 1,000 that you're giving, plus you've asked someone else to give. Now you don't have to stop at 1,000, and we're going to deal. So in other words, if you say, Pastor Winans, I'm coming with my 1,000 plus another 3,000, then you'll say that. You understand? And if you didn't get the plus 1, but you maybe came with $250, you're going to come say that this is my 1,000 plus 250. You with me? And we're going to go all the way down. So I need you, in order for this to work, I need you to come when you're called with the offering that you're bringing. If listen to me, if you come and say, here's my 1,000, and you don't have a plus, we're gonna have time for that. And I want you to come with joy. I want you to come with excitement, because as you give to God, God gives back to you. Because even before we start, we already have about $150,000 in. I need somebody to give God praise. Lord have mercy.
This video has already been making the rounds, and a lot of people have commented on it. I'm going to be talking true about how egregious this guy's behavior was, but also about what I think is the real problem, and that is when institutions go into decay. Why did the civil rights movement not translate into established power for the Black community? It was a revolution, to be sure, with powerful ideas, but as Stephen Kotkin said, after a revolution, it's not the ideas that carry over, it's the institutions. This was certainly the case in both the American and French revolutions. In the 13 colonies, there was already a Congress and business leaders, read plantation owners, so they already had both a governmental and economic structure in place before they declared war on Britain. So after the revolution, that's what took over. But what institutions did we have at the time of the civil rights movement? What institutions did we have that would carry over afterwards? Well, we had what we always had, the church. But as I've explained, and you know full well, the church came to be overwhelmingly important in our community because it was set up that way on the plantations. Back in the day, that's what you had. You would have Massa Charlie and Miss Polly show up so that they could have their trusted slave go ahead and deliver the Sunday sermon, which was meant to keep all the slaves in check. Nat Turner was a preacher before he woke up and started using the scriptures as a blueprint for revolution. Is it any wonder that there's always been this unholy alliance between the preacher men in the community and the white political power structure? That's no accident. So with that understanding, we need to realize why, when you look at the Black church today, it's become a dumpster fire. You have Creflo Pimpadollar telling his congregation that he has to have a private jet because the last thing a man of God needs is to have to wait for boarding time like everyone else. So it's not enough that he has millions of dollars, a big fancy mansion, he can fly whenever and wherever he wants without even thinking about the cost. He's so pampered that no, he doesn't even want to be around the very people whose souls he claims to want to save. And you know the worst part? The people who call themselves his congregation refuse to leave that so-called church. That's something that we need to be honest about. Too many Black people like to be abused. They like to be disrespected and mistreated. This goes hand in hand with black people choosing such ignorant clowns to be the political leadership. When sorry scumbags like Negro Jim Clyburn can do a fish fry every year and dependably use that to turn out black folks for the vote, that lets you know how low the mentality of many black folks has become, or worse, has always been. That's why you don't see me trying to drag anyone into black empowerment. If you see somebody dying of thirst in the desert, are you going to fight with them to drag them to an oasis? No. And that brings us to the self-declared Bishop Marvin Winans of Detroit's Perfecting Church. He had what he called a day of giving, allegedly to finish the church's new sanctuary and on the side to support some alleged community programs. Anybody know of any programs that his church is actually carrying out? A day of giving indeed. Man, he's not even being subtle about it. And just to make it clear what he wanted and how much, he asked members who were donating $2,000 or more to come to the front first. A woman in his congregation who approached the altar with her child gave him $1,200. Now, an offering of that amount would be welcome in any church, but apparently not in Bishop Marvin Winans' church, because he berated this woman in front of the entire congregation and told her she should have given him $2,000. She was in the wrong line to be only giving $1,200. And yes, I'm sure a lot of you will be saying, well, this woman was doing a little bit too much. She was speechifying and all the rest of it. Yeah, but keep in mind, the pastor didn't have a problem with that. He's the one who's the leader of that particular church. And he didn't seem bothered by all the talking that she was doing until she said how much she was giving, $1,200, then there was a problem. Now, was this really about people supporting the church or about the pastor providing a way for people to get some quickie attention for themselves? Why else would he ask them to come forward in front of everybody? But the big money spenders come first. And then he asked everybody to give their names so that their name would be attached to a particular number. This is playing to people's pride, playing to people's vanity and ego, everything the Bible tells you not to do. What do you think Jesus Christ would have done in this situation? Would he be setting up lines for donations based on how much you're going to give? Would Jesus prioritize the largest donors first, or would he say, God is no respecter of kith nor kin? Would he be scolding or rebuffing anyone based on how much they gave? Would he even be instructing anyone to say how much they gave? Then again, what else would you expect from a church that brags that it got money from Tyler Perry?
I'll tell you now, since y'all happy enough, that since it broke out Monday, we have received one person called and he said, tell my name. He said, because I know God is in this. Tyler Perry said $100,000. Bishop Patrick Wilton, he said, I'm sowing and I have +1. So he and his son-in-law sent $2,000. We have received, I'll get all that over. But why don't you give God praise, folks? What the devil meant for evil, God turn it around.
Now, why would he be making a big deal about who gives to his church? But this is what's going on in the black church these days. They're not just demanding the congregation give them money, they're openly humiliating members of the church for not giving them more. And not one of those people who saw this walked out. In fact, I'll bet that just like Creflo Dollar's congregation, those people are defending this guy. In fact, the woman he rebuked, that's exactly what she did. She defended him. We'll get to that in a minute. But the point is, the whole I am a meek and pious member of the church routine, that started off as a bad joke, now it's just sad. Even in the Bible, the apostles warned that there's a ton of bad churches out there and that you have to be ready and willing to walk away. But in most cases, this falls on deaf ears. People like to be conned. They like to be abused, especially if that abuse comes from someone with the gift of the gab, someone who is gregarious and can easily ingratiate themselves with others. People tend to eat that abuse right up. The Bible says in Job 34:19, God is not partial to princes, nor does he regard the rich more than the poor. Well, pastors like Bishop Winans do. If you got money, they want you at the front of the line. The Bible says not to make a spectacle of yourself when engaged in Christian activities, to do so humbly, quietly. The person who gets put on a pedestal for how much they give to the church, that's not piety. It's avarice by the pastor. Everybody knows that one of the main things that human beings struggle and strive for the most is status. How are they viewed and seen in the eyes of others? Well, in his church, Bishop Winans was pointing out that the way you get status there is based on how much you give. That's a quickie way to get some status in his church. The Bible talks about the widow's mite, and just for the record, mite is spelled M-I-T-E. It means offering in this case. In that biblical story, there was a ceremony taking place at the temple in Jerusalem. When it came time to give offerings, the rich people threw in their big money. Then there was a poor widow. She put in 2 small coins. Jesus said that this poor woman's contribution was worth more than the rich people's offerings because they gave from their own comfortable surplus of wealth. The widow, on the other hand, she gave everything she had. You see, the word sacrifice means to make holy. When you're giving up something, it costs you something. That's how you make it holy. Her offering was holy. Theirs was not, because her offering came from what she didn't have. Theirs, well, that was what they had to spare. And that's how spirituality actually works. That's what gives an offering spiritual value. Now, that was the standard that Jesus Christ himself established. But then again, Jesus wasn't demanding that people give him money so he could get a gold-plated chariot or a custom-made luxury boat, so he could be the fisherman of men's souls in style. He walked practically everywhere he went. When he entered Jerusalem, it wasn't on the back of a white stallion all decked out with fine linen. Instead, he entered Jerusalem on the back of a donkey. He wasn't leading some grand parade either. It was just him and his disciples. A disproportionate amount of Jesus' gospel dealt with him calling out rich people. He threw the money changers out of the temple for conducting commerce in the house of God. But unfortunately, they slithered right back in. And instead of charging people money to convert one currency to another, now they're charging money for some loudmouth heathen to give a sermon and act like a low-rent DJ in a club. Obviously, these are not men of God. They're 2-bit comedians putting on bad comedy, and at best, they're half-baked motivational speakers who only want to motivate you to give them money. The sad part is, the congregation isn't fooled. They're in on the joke. The pastor's a pimp, and they're glad to be pimped out. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, the very woman he humiliated went to the white media and defended him. She said that it wasn't a rebuke, it was correction, because she had gotten into the wrong line.
You're the woman in that viral video.
Right.
He did not rebuke you.
He absolutely did not rebuke me. Now, there's a difference. There was a correction because let me clearly state that Pastor gave instruction on the lines to get into.
You can't make this stuff up. Ever since he began catching flack online, Bishop Winans wanted to make it known that he had apologized to the woman.
I was calling because the whole church was giving, and it was our day of giving, and the whole church was coming, and we didn't want people standing, the mothers and all that, so I was calling them by increments. And we had someone that had given out of before, and I corrected it, and I told everybody to listen and come when you call, and that's all that was.
Roberta told me Pastor Winans personally apologized to her. She's been a member of Perfecting Church since 2013.
Now, why would he do that? After all, he's supposed to be anointed by God. So it wasn't a mere mortal who was rebuking this woman or correcting her, quote unquote. It was God doing so, speaking through his chosen vessel, Bishop Winans, right? So why is he apologizing for merely doing what God prompted him to do? You gotta give Pimp Winans, Bishop Winans his credit. He's running that game something sweet. He's got them wrapped around his pudgy little fingers. I've long told you that Professor Blacc Truth's definition of an institution is a group of people who come together to protect and promote a particular idea or ideal. Now understand, it's the group of people who are the institution, not the building. When they call a bank an institution, they're actually talking about the organizers of that bank. And the same thing goes for a church. Whenever you look at a building, that's not actually the church itself. The building is the sanctuary. It's the people who are the church. That's the actual church, the members of the church. And that's the reason why when these institutions start to decay, that is not a good thing. They have to be protected by the actual members of the institution. Churches, especially the Black church, stopped being a moral institution a long time ago. It's not a place for spiritual guidance and unity. It's just an extension of the world. It makes sense that you have so many people who come there right after they were at the club on Saturday night just a few hours earlier, often wearing the same clothes they had on at the club. The church is not the house of God. Now it's the place to see and be seen, the place to style and profile. Pull up in your new car that you finance but can't afford, in new clothes bought on a credit card that you're about to default on. You'll still tell people that you just want everyone to see how God has blessed you, and just to make sure that your pockets get run, Bishop Winans will tell you to come to the front of the congregation if you got some big money. You can go ahead and get some attention while you hand everything over to him. Yeah, they understand full well that there's some folks who are psychologically anemic, and they will go ahead and give up their last dollar just for a temporary sugar rush to have some people pay them some attention. It's sad, but it's also true. The pastor will tell you that you're obligated to hand over your check to him. Last time somebody was making demands like that of black folks, it was slave owners. If a plantation owner had a slave that they allowed to have a job, like Frederick Douglass, for example, then they would always tell that slave that come payday, you got to hand it all over to massa, and he would decide what, if anything, he would allow you to keep. And then there's the sexual depravity. These pastors are using the church as a place to hit on all the single mothers there who are the majority of the congregation now, and worse, they prey on the children. And then you see how some of these so-called New Age pastors are dressing. Remember what I said about congregants who would go directly from the club to the church wearing the same exact clothes? Well, apparently they're taking their cues from these New Age pastors who are doing the exact same thing. The church has become a whorehouse, literally. There may be a handful of righteous leaders left, but not many. All right, that's the problem. What might be the solution? If the black church is ever going to reclaim its place as a moral institution, then that change must start with the congregation themselves from the very inside. They will have to operate like a place that's pursuing treasure in heaven and not a place that's storing up riches here on earth. The so-called prosperity doctrine is the poison that corrupts the church, and there's nothing new about it. It goes all the way back to the ancient world. In the days of the Old and New Testaments, one of the things that religious leaders would do is to proclaim that God would bless those who were righteous with material rewards. And if you were poor or sick or otherwise unfortunate, well, that's because you had offended God somehow. You got to get right with God if you want some money and you want some good health. So how does one get right with God? Well, fortunately, the men who created the prosperity doctrine, they've got God on speed dial. And if you give money to them, they'll go ahead and give the good word to God himself, and you'll go ahead and be rewarded many times over. But you got to go through them to get it. Hand over your money to prove that you don't worship money. And don't bother to ask the bishop about how he has such fine threads and new car and big fancy place. No, you just worry about making sure that he gets the money that you're supposed to be giving. And just in case all of your prayers and tithing doesn't work, that's okay, because you'll have proven your piety and you'll get your rewards in heaven. Meanwhile, the men who push the prosperity doctrine, they get their rewards right here on earth. For an economically impoverished minority, this doctrine is particularly attractive and dangerous. The prosperity doctrine is very effective at capturing people's imaginations, like people who daydream about winning the lottery. It draws from the exact same psychological place. How many people have given all their money to the casinos, or online gambling, or Powerball? They haven't won, but they just keep on believing. They do it on faith. But faith in what? The problem here is far bigger than a preacher man fleecing the flock. This is about an institution that's become a dumpster fire. His greed makes it where a place that could inspire people has become a place that people avoid. Admittedly, I'm not big on church going, but I am familiar with the three monotheistic religions, and I see the value in all of them as works of theosophy, if nothing else. As Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, you don't need religion, but you do need spirituality. I go for that. We need to be imbued with the sense that what we do and what we are is more than flesh and blood. When people reduce our existence down to nothing more than our corporeal elements and just the physical world around us, then nothing we do matters and nothing we are matters. So yes, I do believe that spirituality is very important. It has real value. But the problem with religion is that's ritual. Ritual without spirituality is a scam. You don't have to be one to hoop and holler in church to be able to appreciate what spirituality can do at its best. But that's not what people like Bishop Winans are doing. Well, it's going to be up to the congregations to decide that they will actually learn from their Bible. And that's what the lesson of Christianity was supposed to be. The Bible is supposed to be the Christian's authority, not whatever man of flesh and blood is standing in front of them. Jesus Christ knew what to do about businessmen and hustlers who were in the house of God. He ran them out. And while it is true that as long as the church is part of the physical world, it is going to need money to run, it's also true that when a pastor calls himself humiliating people based on how much they give for any reason, humiliating people based on money, that's a problem. When someone links the idea of eternal life to how much money you're giving them, that's a powerful motivator, but it's also a powerful manipulator too. And this man isn't taking the gospel to the four corners of the earth. He's right there in Detroit, raking in huge amounts of money and using it for, well, I'm not sure. Yeah, he may have some things that he does in the local community, but how much did you hear about him talking about that? We would be fools to not take into account how he treats his congregation, especially when they're making big donations to him. You shall know them by their fruits, after all. And as much as this man brags about how much money his church raises and from whom, that just doesn't strike me as being very meek. The Black church has lost its spiritual legitimacy, and people like this Bishop Winans is a huge part of the reason why. And it falls to the people in those pews to change that by changing where they go. They are the institution, not some box of brick and mortar that they go to once a week, and certainly not Bishop Winans. Until Black people rediscover that kind of spiritual courage, the Black church will continue to go the way of every other institution that was taken over by charlatans and con men. Straight to hell. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Michael Somners, Morris Bodden, Frederica Moore, Bo McLean, and James Stiles. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. I hope you're all doing well. Well, look like the ICE raids on Cubans is stepping up. Now, it's a mixture of some of the videos from the past and some recent ones that just came out. But yeah, they are getting heavily raided, after being big supporters, actually. Very big supporters among the Hispanics. The Cubans really were out there during the election for Donald Trump. And, of course, now those same folks are turning on Donald Trump and wish they didn't vote for him. But, just like white people, you cannot take those votes back. It doesn't matter how many No Kings march you have or how many protests immigrants have in the streets. You can't undo it. So now everyone is subjected to live through this 4 years of hell that y'all put on us. So I don't know. How do you feel bad for a group of people that voted for their own demise? And to add insult to injury, Donald Trump was very upfront about mass deportations while he was on the campaign trail. Who did you think he was talking about? Who did you think he was talking about? Unbelievable how some of y'all are just kind of slow here. So I'm going to share my screen so we can get started. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
De ser cubano, gitano, yo de la mano por el río. Porto, yo voy a votar.
The world is watching.
Sonia Vichara fights back tears from the podium.
The rain that was here a couple of weeks ago, he has fungus in his
A 63-year-old detainee, Rafael Colado from Cuba, over cell phone shares details about what he describes as horrible conditions inside the state-run detention facility in the Everglades, to include not showering for days. Yanesi Fernandez Silva says her 35-year-old son, Rafael, father of a 2-year-old daughter, has been transported to a South Florida hospital twice since being here, calling the medical services at this facility dangerously inadequate.
Immediately after the surgery, he's back in here.
This is for animals, she says, not people.
The mosquitoes are unbearable. He says they will not let you sleep. His wife says it's like he doesn't even exist, only knows that he's there because he's able to call her. Without access to attorneys, she says the family cannot fight his deportation order. He describes the detention center as torturous with lights on 24/7, so he has no idea when it's day or night. Is only allowed to shower every 3 to 4 days and is living with 32 other people, he says, in what he described as a cage.
The administration is essentially trying to ethnically cleanse the country of Latinos, of Haitians, because I'll tell you, when I was in that facility, I didn't see any, Europeans who've overstayed their visa or anything like that. It was all Latinos, all Haitian people, and nothing else.
This woman said she was forcibly separated from her American-born 2-year-old daughter.
Inmigración me maltrató y me obligó, me dobló el brazo para que diera la huella y salirse la niña.
People being hit on the head, kicked by guards. As he describes what happened, you hear this.
An alligator.
This man said he was picked up by U.S. authorities 3 months ago.
Sentado en un carro, esto es una confusión que no fui yo, y al final de la jornada el abogado me dijo, échate la culpa, porque si no te meten un año.
This woman was separated from her son and 2 grandchildren.
No saben guiarte de Yepu.
Punish them, like, go, you're garbage. Go back home. You don't deserve to be here.
This is what this country is showing me.
Hope your day gets better. Positive energy.
Breaking news, because this just happened a couple hours ago. The Supreme Court ruled, and it is going to allow Trump and his administration to strip the humanitarian parole of 500,000 people from 4 countries. The protection that was in place to keep them from being deported is being stripped, and it is going to result in at least 500,000 people being deported who come from 4 countries. Do you want to guess what one of those countries is? The very first one listed? Cuba. Donald Trump and his administration are revoking the protection of thousands of Cubans. Without that protection, those Cubans do not have legal asylum in the United States. And the Trump administration is going to deport thousands of Cubans and send them back to Cuba. They told you that Barack Obama was Fidel. They told you that Hillary Clinton was Fidel. They told you that Bernie Sanders was Fidel. They told you that Joe Biden was Fidel. They told you that Kamala Harris was Fidel. And you believed them. And now, Donald Trump, who needed your vote to get elected, is going to deport Cubans back to Cuba. Myself and others said this would happen, but I'm not here to say I told you so. I'm not here to celebrate this. My heart is broken. I'm a white boy, but I'm from Florida, and I have spent so much of my life around wonderful Cuban people. I have fallen in love with your food and your music and your culture. And then I watched a political party in my country weaponize very legitimate, real fears that you have and lie to you and tell you that if you didn't vote for them, what happened in Cuba would happen to you here. And you did. And now they're sending some of you back to that place because they only cared about your vote and they don't actually care about you.
régimen de La Habana ha llegado a un acuerdo en aceptar vuelos con cubanos deportados, pero no cualquier cubano deportado y no desde cualquier sitio. Vamos a estarle explicando esto porque no es que haya un nuevo acuerdo entre el régimen cubano y las autoridades norteamericanas. Vamos a explicarle en lo que consiste estos nuevos acuerdos. Técnicamente no son nuevos acuerdos, pero este nuevo sí te voy a aceptar.
Okay, so a lot of Cubans that are being deported are not going back to Cuba. You know how Donald Trump took like Jamaicans and Mexicans and flew them to Africa? Well, they're doing the same thing to the Cubans. They're just throwing them in any nation that will take them. They don't care that they're not sending them back to Cuba. So he's doing the same thing to them that he's done to other people, shipping them off to other countries that is not the origin country that these folks came from. And you know, Donald Trump, he's just trying to get rid of you. He doesn't care how he gets rid of you. He just wants to get rid of you.
A los migrantes. Atención, el régimen cubano, según la agencia de noticias, está de acuerdo en aceptar vuelos con cubanos deportados, teniendo en cuenta el incremento en los cruces en la frontera. Repito, el régimen cubano ha estado de acuerdo en aceptar vuelos con deportados, teniendo en cuenta la situación en la frontera. Pero ¿quiénes son los migrantes que serían deportados en estos vuelos? Según la agencia Reuters, Cuba ha llegado por primera vez desde la pandemia, y yo voy más allá, ha llegado por...
Almost 50,000 Cubans from the Miami area in Florida are facing deportations. That's because thousands of those Cubans filed for political asylum and were granted political asylum, except they went back and visited their homeland of Cuba. Well, the big deal is that when you file for political asylum, you're declaring that your life is in danger in your home country. And by these Cubans going back to Cuba to visit, that means that the entire process of the political asylum was fraud. The application asked for political asylum seekers to give detail of why they can't go back to their country, why their lives are in danger in their homeland. And Cubans gave those statements that their life was in danger if they ever went back to Cuba. So going back to visit Cuba after you've been granted political asylum indicates that these Cubans have been granted political asylum based on false information. Now, it's no secret, Cubans played a huge role on the re-election of Donald Trump. And a lot of them feel let down by this administration because now they're being sent back home. So I'm going to ask all the Latino community, and I will do the same, to please hold a moment of silence for the thousands of Cubans who now are going to be forced to go back to the island.
So anyways, this privileged liberal Latina feminazi who has built a platform on hating men and conservative Latinos, does she ain't with that? So what you're telling me is that these Cubans, because of the political arrangement that the United States has with Cuba, were privileged, because it is a privilege, to be able to seek political asylum and came to this country under a legal status of political refugee. But they manipulated the system, lied, broke the law, and now are having to face the consequences of their actions. Let me tell you something. Those type of Cubans are privileged to come to this country. And instead of loving, respecting, giving back, following the laws of this country that had given them a second chance at life, they try then to recreate the life they have back in Cuba, the barrio life, the scamming life to make a buck. And then, because of their degenerate mentality, all they know to do is get their next fill of gold and their hands full of gold and then go back to Cuba to flaunt to those poor Cubans that are left behind under poverty, misery, hunger, dictatorship, abuse from their own government. They don't care about those people. All they care is about flaunting how they're living now. I've been in this country for 23 years now. My migration story is a little different. I did not come as a political refugee. But I never once in 23 years has set foot back in the island. Not because I don't love it, not because I don't miss it, not because I don't have family there. I still have family there. My father is there, my two brothers are there, my younger brother has two sons, my nephews that I never met. But I did not leave that island to go back and disrespect the country that has given me a second chance at life, and disobey the laws of the country that has given me a second chance at life. When I was approved to come to this country, I had a choice to make, and that was to renounce my Cuban citizenship. And then this country gave me a citizenship, a new birth certificate. How privileged I am. Something that is denied to hundreds of thousands around the world, not just Cubans. So who am I to disobey the laws of this country and disrespect it? So yes, those of us, like myself, who voted this president in, are okay with these people being reprimanded for breaking, lying, and breaking the laws. And if deportation is what they have to face, you love that country so much that you have to go back every 6 months to a year, then how about you go back permanently?
Yes, Cubans are getting deported, but they are not getting deported back to Cuba. And these are not the Cubans who have entered the United States in the last few years. These are Cubans who have been in the U.S. since the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and at one point they were even lawful permanent residents, but because of their criminal history, they lost their immigration status and were ordered deported. But because of the political situation between the United States and Cuba, they were actually never deported to Cuba. And instead, they were placed on what's called order of supervision, where they typically go once a year for a quote-unquote check-in, and they meet with an ICE officer, and the ICE officer makes sure that they don't have any other crimes going on, and they're abiding by the terms of their check-in, and they're able to apply for a work authorization. Since Cubans were not accepted by Cuba to be deported, they have remained in the United States for decades under the order of supervision. But now, since the Trump administration is pushing hard this third country removals, Cubans are now being deported to various locations, including Mexico. You're seeing Cubans go to their ICE OSUP check-in appointment and be detained, and they're spending a few weeks in Chrome and then being transferred over to Texas, and then from Texas they're being placed on a bus and then deported to the southern part of Mexico. Shame, because I think if ICE had told them what the plan was, these people could at least prepare for it, but sadly they have absolutely no idea that this is even coming to them. And now they've been in the U.S. for 50, 60 years with relatives and businesses and families and ties to the U.S. and just being dropped off in another country with no ID, no money, and no resources.
Being from Miami, I don't know how to feel about Cubans being in their find out era. because they took over Miami, and it was to the point where you couldn't even find a job unless you spoke Spanish. And even if you spoke Spanish and you wasn't Cuban, you wasn't getting that job. And I give them a lot of credit because before their family or friends would leave Cuba, they would already have a job, a car, and a place to stay by the time they reached Miami. They really set up their people very, very well. Even had a wet foot, dry foot policy. Where they messed up at was thinking that they thought becoming a Republican was going to make them Turk. And the whole time they're speaking Spanish. And a majority of them didn't even bother to learn English, but yet they thought they were. And my main question is, what is the difference between Fidel Castro and 45? Until then,
this message is for Cubanos for Trump. Took away your parole program. Cubans, Nicaraguans, Venezuelans, and Haitians. He just took it away from you. We are officially in fuck around and find out season. Welcome to episode 1.
Did you know that Cuban deportees, especially the ones that are political dissidents and the ones seeking asylum in the U.S., face a significant risk of torture when they come back to Cuba? So when we ask ourselves, when will Latinos for Trump open their eyes, specifically the Cuban ones? The answer is they never will. And there's no better example than the Cuban for Trump than El Funky. He's a Cuban rapper that's currently facing deportation and possible imprisonment in Cuba since his music helped fuel anti-government protests in Cuba. Someone that's been really silent about this case is self-hating Marco Rubio, a Cuban himself. It's a perfect illustration of how much Marco Rubio has changed up during the Trump presidency. Even just a year ago, I'm sure Marco Rubio would have been the loudest person about this case. It's also a crazy example of how much Trump has changed up about Cuban immigration policies. For decades, the U.S. has rolled out the red carpet for Cubans, despite Trump refusing to help these Cubans who have overwhelmingly voted for him. They are still very much pro-Trump, including the rapper El Funky. Talk about fucking around and never finding out.
The Cuban MAGA supporters who once shouted the loudest for Trump are now having a serious wake-up call. For years, they waved those flags, wore the red hat, sang the whole song, and told everyone Trump was the man who would protect and freedom, right? And family values. They look down on other Latino groups, especially Black folks, saying, we are not like them. We came here the right way. But now that their immigration status is being cancelled and deportation are back on the rise, suddenly it's quiet. Now they are realizing maybe, just maybe, they should have listened when Black folks tried to warn them. Let's be real. A lot of Cuban Americans in places like Miami jumped on the Trump train because they were sold the dream of patriotism, anti-socialism, and business opportunity. Trump knew exactly how to play that card. He used the word socialism like a magic trick.
Almost 50,000 Cubans from the Miami area in Florida are facing deportations. That's because thousands of those Cubans filed for political asylum and were granted political asylum, except they went back and visited their homeland of Cuba. Well, the big deal is that when you file for political asylum, you're declaring that your life is in danger in your home country. And by these Cubans going back to Cuba to visit, that means that the entire process of the political asylum was fraud. The application asked for political asylum seekers to give detail of why they can't go back to their country, why their lives are in danger in their homeland. And Cubans gave those statements that their life was in danger if they ever went back to Cuba. So going back to visit Cuba after you've been granted political asylum indicates that these Cubans have been granted political asylum based on false information. Now, it's no secret, Cubans played a huge role on the re-election of Donald Trump. And a lot of them feel let down by this administration because now they're being sent back home. So I'm going to ask all the Latino community, and I will do the same, to please hold a moment of silence for the thousands of Cubans who now are going to be forced to go back to the island. So anyway.
He been snatching all y'all kids from y'all. For Donald Trump. He got white people kidnapping y'all.
Who's that dude who was dancing? You know him? Because he didn't have to do his mouth like that. He don't got no pee on Trump. Send him a nomination, would you? Y'all are a hot mess. Hey, shout out to all of the subscribers and members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. I am Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Today's nominee.
I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote. Raise your hands, come on. For Donald Trump. Dale cintura, 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 cintura. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Oh no, we gonna get there. No, we gonna get there. Let's take it back to the beginning. Here I am, minding my own black business.
Do you remember that Cuban band that sang that song, I Will Vote for Donald Trump? I was wondering what happened to them. And so I did a bit of research, and I came across something I thought all of you would find very interesting indeed. Hold on a minute. Let me get it for you, okay? And when you're done watching it, jump in my comments and tell me what you think. I really want to know.
It's been happening frequently at the 333 Miami Avenue Federal Court building. Janet Correa's husband was detained this week. According to her immigration lawyer, he has already been placed on expedite removal.
No, you didn't do some research. Talking about she did some research. That's like the kids out here taking credit for Chat GPT. I did some research. No. You saw the same thing that all the rest of us saw. Vote Trump singer left in tears after ICE detained her husband in Miami. Now, far be it for me to
So I heard in the news yesterday that a lot of Cuban Americans who are Trump supporters are soon going to be able to order their Cuban sandwiches in Cuba. I'm jelly.
That was too far. That was too far. You leave the Cubanos out of this. Hey, shout out to all of the subscribers and members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Street Politics. Now, you guys remember the video I just posted about the Latino community coming for Venezuelans in the wake of losing their TPS protections.
Press conference in Doral Monday, Venezuelan Americans denounced the Trump administration and South Florida Republicans.
We will vote. Raise your hands, come on. For Donald Trump. Hey.
I mean, you didn't have to dance. Well, you remember how I ended that video. I told the Cubans to stop dancing because I would be back around for them. You thought you was slick. You thought you were just going to jump on the Donald Trump pile? Nah, man. We ain't forgot. And by the way, Cubans, y'all better stop dancing over there. Because I done addressed Marco Rubio and how he moving with respect to y'all before. We'll be back around here again. Yeah, with good reason. In fact, you might recall the woman who opened that particular video.
And they didn't blame Trump at all for him lifting the TPS, talking about it was unlawful. So how you feeling? How you feeling? Because tú votaste por Trump, right? Tú dijiste, este es mi hombre. Este es mi hombre. He hates you. He hates you. Y no lo entiende, ¿la? Él no te amas. He looks at you as less than a person. So here we are, in which TPS is no longer like a really illegal option. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but now a lot of Venezuelans are going to have to leave. Thank you to all those Trumper Venezuelans.
Some of them videos were funny. So anyway, y'all, I thought we would end on a lighter note. Some of the previous live streams were a lot more politically harsh. So this one is a lot lighter. So y'all, thank you so much for being here. I really enjoy these times together. So enjoy your night. Sleep well, because we're going to do this all over again tomorrow. Oh yeah, they put this song out. They are never going to live it down. They are never going to live it down singing that song. So y'all have a wonderful night. Shalom.
This bottle of hot sauce is more than just a condiment. It is a passport. It carries Western African love of bold spices, American chilies, the ingenuity of enslaved cooks, and the pride of soul food. So join us today while we discuss why Black people love hot sauce. I'm your host, Country Boy, and this is One Mic Black History. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. But without further ado, let's get started. Long before Columbus, Western African cuisine was already bold. Markets sold cloves of cumin, ginger, garlic, and peppery seeds called the grains of paradise that gave stew a warm, peppery ginger spark. Historians like Jessica B. Hayes and Michael Twitty both describe this long tradition of layered seasoning with smoked fish, fermented condiments, aromatic leaves, and peppery spice paste that made humble ingredients sing. Then came the Columbian Exchange, and chilies are a native to the Americas, but not so much Africa. But in the 1500s, Portuguese traders carried capsaicin across the Atlantic, and African cooks immediately embraced it. Why so quick? Because the climate loved the plant, and the people already had a love of that flavor. And red pepper spices joined rice and greens with fish like it had always been there. During the transatlantic slave trade bound many for the Caribbean, where enslaved Africans met New World chilies and added them to jerk and pepper sauces and pepper pot stews, and those flavors and the expectation that that food should have bite traveled with them. On southern plantations, rations were monotonous. Cornmeal, pork, molasses, maybe some saltfish, whatever the garden or they could forage could add. The cuts allotted to enslaved people were often less than noble. Parts like feet, ears, head, chitlins. Faced with that, Black cooks did what they could to transform, clean, smoke, simmer, and season. And chilies became integral to that strategy. Adrian Miller describes how Black families tended to small gardens behind their quarters, growing peppers and preserved food in the southern heat to mask spoilage and, crucially, make meals tasty. By the early 1700s, one preparation showed up again and again in household notes and cookbooks: peppers steeped in vinegar and salt to make chili vinegar or pepper vinegar. You pack a jar of pods, poured vinegar, and kept a top on it. It lived in the table in a way that soy sauce sits in a sushi bar or fish sauce sits in a bowl of noodles. It was a portable way to wake up greens, peas, rice, and fish. Open early American cookbooks and you'll see the pepper trail. Mary Randolph's Virginia housewife in 1824 calls for cayenne over fish with sauces. Belinda Russell in 1866 and Abby Fisher in 1881, two of the earliest Black cookbooks ever published, use cayenne pepper and pepper sauces very liberally in most of their dishes. In short, enslaved and freed Black cooks didn't just season their own plates, they were training the Southern palate. Pepper vinegar is a cousin to barbecue. In the Carolinas, pitmasters mopped a whole hog in thin vinegar with red pepper sauces. Simple, shelf-stable, and devastatingly effective at cooking fat. That tangy heat became a regional signature because it worked, especially on cheaper, fattier cuts that Black pitmasters often were forced to use. Heat also doubled as medicine. Folks acknowledged capsaicin's ability to clear sinuses, stimulate circulation, and relieve soreness when used topically. In communities with little access to doctors, a peppery broth or a rub of hot pepper oil was practical medical care. In Louisiana, cooks mashed ripe red peppers with salt, aged in barrels before blending them with vinegar. After the Civil War, white entrepreneur Edmund McGillivray bottled a version on Avery's Island in 1868 and called it Tabasco. Hot sauce didn't start there, but Black and Creole cooks had long been preserving peppers. But mass bottling turned Southern Black flavor into a national commerce. With the success of Tabasco and later Louisiana-style brands like Crystal or Original Louisiana Hot Sauce, Red Rooster, yet ownership rarely lived with the people who built that flavor. Labels often sold the fantasy of cowboys and bayous, while the real story included enslaved labor in Black kitchens. Appropriation didn't erase that origin, it just erased credit. During the Great Migration, millions of African Americans carried that Southern taste north and out west, and hot sauce became a portable bit of home. A bottle wrapped in a newspaper in a trunk, a little bit in a jar on a lunch pail, a travel size tucked inside a purse. Segregation made it practical that if a traveler was denied service or was stuck with a bit of bland flair, a splash of hot sauce could save a meal. Black folks prepared shoebox lunches, complete with salt, pepper, and hot sauce because their own safety relied on their own self-reliance. The flavor-shaped cities in Harlem on Central Avenue, countermen slid bottles across tables with fish and grits, diners and juke joints and church basements all kept the same table setup of a napkin, sugar, salt, pepper, and a little bit of heat. By the 1960s, the phrase soul food gave a name to the cuisine Black communities had been preserving under pressure. On soul food tables, two bottles were standard: a clear pepper vinegar for greens and peas, and red Louisiana-style hot sauce for fish, chicken, and eggs. That ritual said as much as the flavor did, and continued this tradition of adding a little bit of bite to their food. The culture continues to keep this signal alive. In 2016, Beyonce sang about having hot sauce in her bag, which is a tip of the hat to all the Black women who travel with a bottle of hot sauce to add a little bit of taste to an otherwise bland food. Today, Black-owned brands are attempting to reclaim shelf space with regional styles of Low Country and the Caribbean, but the gap remains, and the industry still undercredits the Black cooks who taught America to crave a little bit of heat. So in the end, why do Black folks love hot sauce? Because Africa taught us to love a little bite to our food, and because the Americas gave us chilies and we made them sing. Because a splash of vinegar pepper can turn scraps into supper and supper into a celebration. Thank you. I'm your country boy. This is why Black folks love hot sauce. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at OneMikeHistory.com. I'd like to thank all my financial contributors. Without you, none of this could be possible. I love you all. Peace.
blood. You know, I just was trying to do something different in the game. I had started this young. I was a young man trying to get some money and not be in the streets. And I met BG, I met Wayne, I met Juvie, I met Turk. Shout out to Turk. Your little ain't here, but we gonna you when we want you. You heard me? Don't go off script, nigga. Hey, we gonna this when we want. But that's another movie. But ain't no, you know, Cash Money. When one nigga died, I ain't gonna say died, cause we lost a lot of soldiers. But Cash Money ain't built on you leave, you can't, we gonna still multiply. Let's go. Cash Money ain't gonna never die. As long as I'm alive, hold on, Fresh, wait, Fresh. Long as I'm alive, Cash Money ain't gonna never die. Shout out to my nigga NBA Young Boy, NBA Rich Gang. Don't like it, we with all the bullshit. If you ain't with us, you nigga. P, where you at, bruh?
Telling the truth, not hating. You feel me? Look, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna keep it all the way real, though. I think No Limit told it. Wayne, you heard me? Right, man, you know what I'm saying? In a Superdome or something.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, as tonight we was able to see some you wouldn't have been able to tell us back in the early 2000s or the early 1999 that we was going to be able to see. Cash Money versus No Limit live out in Vegas, and as it went down, it was most definitely something I was looking forward to, but it was a couple things missing there. One of them being Wayne had to be the official standout, but right here towards the end, you saw Birdman talking, and this became a conversation as he went up. Now, I don't know if Birdman was under the influence tonight, but most definitely he was kind of talking and slurring just a little bit. I don't know what he was on. Maybe it could have just been the energy, but you know, he did this before back in the game. I don't know if it was the Essence Fest or one of the shows. He got on there talking, yeah, man, I'm such and such, and ain't on this, ain't nobody ever finna do me dirty. He walked off the stage, so it was that type of time. But as Turk name came up, he said, hey, boy, hey, we gonna F with you how we F with you, niggas. F you B. But to say the real in New Orleans, call each other B's and H's, that is a form of endearment. It's a part of their culture out there if you from that. But then he was like, yeah, nigga, we gonna F with you how we F with you, nigga. And then Manifesto's like, hey, bro, don't go off script, dog. Don't go off script. Come on, man. But Bird just kept talking and went even more into it, shouted out NBA Youngboy and stuff. And the thing is, Turk was not allowed to be there. So when he goes up there and say this in real stage, because he like shout out to Turk, but but it's like, well, bro, I wasn't allowed to be there, and it got to be because of y'all. So Turk, you know, responded, said, hey, I saw the versus battle tonight, and No Limit got in AA, took him down through there. They didn't have Wayne there either. And he said something about like New Orleans, and it cut off because he had to show himself tonight. So it's like one of them things where hearing like, okay, we know that it's issues with Cash Money. Now, Turk does have this lawsuit going on, not with Cash Money, with the promoters that booked the tour that they was on that they had been having all year. So he has that issue. Then there's issues with BG, supposedly. I don't know if that's the reason why he wasn't there, but they obviously didn't want him there. So when you go on the stage and you say his name, then you say something after that, it's kind of like you're dogging him out in front of everybody watching, bro. It's people watching, like everybody see it. And you just turned up, no matter if Birdman meant it that way or not. Most definitely expect Turk to come with another response, probably on Instagram. He gonna be on one on B-High and his own YouTube channel. So B-High ATL, we're gonna see what he got to say. I didn't get confirmation from nobody. So if you know, put it in the comments why Lil Wayne wasn't there. I haven't seen anything yet. Supposedly, allegedly, I cannot confirm, but it was because he was on some time where, hey, if all the hot boys ain't there, I'm not going to be there. Meaning I'm not finna go perform there without Turk. And if they still chose to stand on it, no Turk here, then it's kind of like, okay, well, you really ain't rock. I don't know, bro. That's between them. But overall, I got to agree with Turk. No Limit did win. They showed up. They executed. I had them winning. After I seen Wayne wasn't there, after 5 songs, I said, oh, this is No Limit night. They came as a unit. They came as one, beginning to end. Everybody was on stage. Everybody in full camouflage, army fatigue to give that old nostalgia from that era. This is something I grew up on. I think it sets a different tone if Cash Money all come out in white tees. They ain't had to put on the Jabos and Reeds, but if they all came out in white tees, that would have most definitely set the energy off in full. No Limit was fully energetic the whole time. Now, they did perform well. No Limit did perform. I mean, Cash Money did perform their songs. BG did his thing with Cash Money as an army, most deaf. I like Get Your Roll On when they did that. Juvie would be the MVP for Cash Money tonight for me. On No Limit side, they all contributed, but I think Mia X was the star tonight on No Limit side. She showed up, showcased her lyrical ability, her performance ability. She was really active in there and showing y'all, like, I really take this craft serious, just like I did back then. So they really showed up. Snoop, it came through, did the F the other, the F the mother niggas. Matt came out, did the song with him and Mercedes. Who else came out and did Silk the Shocker? Of course, ETRU did that. They didn't have Mystical there. It would have been different if, and this is something I grew up on. So this is like a nigga childhood from when No Limit had it and they was in control. Then when Cash Money came, every album, everything, I heard them all, jammed them all. I watched the Bout It movie on No Limit side, and the other movie P had I forgot what it was. It The Last Done? I can't remember what movie he had. Then even when Snoop was over there, we jammed Snoop album. Even Snoop had the movie over there as well. Like, this was the nigga childhood. Cash Money, Baller Blocking, everything the Hot Boys dropped. It was dope to see. But no, Lil Wayne kind of took the air out of it. If I had to bet before the show, I would have most definitely said I'm putting my money on Cash Money. But, hey, it didn't work like that. So we'll just have to wait and see what happened, man. Tell me what y'all think, who y'all think won, who y'all think took it. I didn't think that No Limit didn't have nothing. Nigga knew they had a catalog. Nigga knew they had hits. Nigga knew that, Master P had classics. No Limit had classics. But I did expect Wayne to be there, to see Wayne across from Master P and True and all that, and them on stage together would have been different. But, hey, at the end of the day, I'm glad they did it. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming. More videos, all that. 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your pivot. More coming, man.
Cash Money ain't gonna never die. Shout out to my nigga NBA Young Boy, NBA Rich Gang. Don't like it. All right. We with all the bullshit. If you ain't with us, you nigga. P, where you at, bruh?
Telling the truth, not hating. You feel me? Look. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to keep it all the way real, though. I think No Limit told it. Wayne,
Miss Mercedes is heated. She wasn't able to join No Limit on stage during the VERZUZ in Las Vegas.
In my life because I'm mad, but it's not a minute long, so I have to stay on here long enough so I can post it. But I'm definitely going to post this to my page because I'm sick and tired of being fucking played with. I am supposed to be here just like everybody else. I don't know how to. Somebody else got to sing my song, but not single one of theirs. This shit is up and foul, but it's cool. Because I promise I got something for everybody. I swear to God I got something for everybody. It's so many people that ain't even so. Look how many people that's not No Limit, that's on this stage. Do you see? I'm over here with Timberland. Why do they have me and Timberland on the side of the stage? Make me understand it. Do you see this? I got a whole wristband and these bitches didn't let me go on. Like, let me make it. How that sound? That sound deliberate, huh? Something just ain't right. It's cool though. Because y'all can expect a lawsuit because I did not give permission for anybody else to perform my song, so it's gonna be a fucking problem. Believe it's up and it's fucking stuck. I'm not fucking playing. Bitch, bring them out, because I got them on deck. Ain't nobody scared of y'all. Come my way. I promise. It'll get total up. Coming. Oh my God. I'm so mad. Like, I'm over here trying to hold back tears and everything. My phone is ringing because people don't understand. I can't make you understand. But please know that it's been for bad business. It been janky promoters at no limit. So f them. It's cool. You ain't got to worry about me no more. Not at all. Hey, y'all. Yeah, what the hell is right? I'm outside at the VERZUZ. Where Keisha went?
She said go ahead, but she waiting on. She right there. They walking in the street. Somebody should walk in the street.
Ain't no shit. I'm ready to go home. I'm about to turn around and go home. Because they unprofessional as I'm outside, and I shouldn't be. This is fucking ridiculous. Never again. I did it for y'all, but y'all ain't got to worry about me doing it no more. I promise you that. I'm not no child. Y'all ain't about to keep playing with me. That's what we not doing. That stage. I ain't begging to be no guy I'm supposed to be. That's what you better know. What God got for me, he got for me. I'm not about to keep playing with these people.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
It's the venue, it's the people with everything. They're unprofessional. It's all of it, yeah. That's what it is. It's all of it. It's unprofessional. All the artists are on the stage. Where am I? Oh, okay. How many people's songs y'all heard on the radio today, though? Oh, yeah. I'm just scared. I'm gonna stop acting up. I'm gonna stop being ugly. Because I'm not even an ugly person. I'm gonna stop. Look, my hair's sweating and everything. I'm hot. Woo! My neck is hot. I'm hot. They got me hot. They got me hot. Ooh, I'm 48 hot, baby. You don't even understand.
Thanks for tuning in to 9mag TV. Mac addresses why Mercedes was not able to perform their song I Can Tell at the VERZUZ.
Y'all one of the artists, good. Mac, dog, what's happening, baby? What's up, girl? What's going on? Good to see you. Well, wait, let me get you on this thing, man. Me and the dog father, you heard me?
When you gonna let me get on some of that music you've been dropping on Instagram? I be watching you. You dropping them secret verses. I still got it.
I don't know, but look, let me get on yours and drop them, you heard me? For sure.
Love you, girl.
What's that saying, brother?
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
I don't know how to. Somebody else got to sing my song, but not single one of theirs. This shit is f***ed up and foul. But it's cool, because I promise I got something for everybody. I swear to God, I got something for everybody. It's so many people that ain't even so. Look how many people that's not No Limit, that's on this stage. Do you see? I'm over here with Timberland.
The next day.
So check this out. I normally don't even speak on this kind of stuff, but I felt the need to address a very misleading narrative that's being pushed in regards to Mercedes and the song I Can Tell that I performed last night as part of the VERZUZ battle. While Mercedes is someone that I've known for a very long time, and we have a mutual respect for each other, Mercedes was not contracted by VERZUZ for the performance last night. And let me reiterate, Mercedes was not contracted last night to perform at the VERZUZ battle. I was. Over the years, I've performed the song several times without Mercedes. Mercedes has performed the song several times without me, and it hasn't been an issue until now. In regards to the song I Can Tell, it was written by myself, Jabot, and Miss Peaches, who were all artists at No Limit at that time. It was recorded for Mercedes' Rear End album. Another false narrative that's being pushed is this idea that Mia X was put in place of Mercedes and sang her parts of the song. That is definitely not true. If y'all saw the performance, I always get the crowd to sing the parts of the song that I don't sing. I only perform the parts of the song that I wrote. I wrote the hook, I wrote the verse. I get the crowd to sing both Mercedes and Jabot's part, and it hasn't been an issue until now. While I understand Mercedes' frustration, should she have been a part of the performance, I think it would have been great to have her there. But she was not contracted for the performance. Let me state that again. She was not contracted for the performance. So this idea that another artist went performed her song, I think is very misleading because I wrote the song. You follow me? This is not a slight at Mercedes. This is just me addressing this and bringing clarity to this situation.
Thanks for tuning in to 9mag TV.
If we're being honest, what's happening in Burkina Faso right now is about far more than spy charges. The military-led government has arrested 8 workers from a European-based NGO and accused them of spying and treason. So today we ask, what exactly are they being accused of? And what does this tell us about foreign aid, NGO operations, and African sovereignty? The organization implicated is the International NGO Safety Organization, INSO, based in the Netherlands, which says it provides safety advice to humanitarian workers. Burkina Faso's Security Minister Mahamadou Sana said the NGO's staff members were suspected of collecting and passing sensitive security information, routes, troop numbers, deployment zones to foreign powers to the Western countries. 8 people were detained, amongst them Europeans, including French and Czech nationals, a Malian, and 4 Burkinabe staff. The NGO rejects the allegations, saying the data collected was publicly available and aimed solely at protecting aid workers. INSO's operations in Burkina Faso were suspended on July for 3 months after authorities claimed it was collecting sensitive data without authorization. This comes in the context of Burkina's military junta since the 2022 coup, distancing itself from former colonial powers and Western influence and aligning more with Russia.
Burkina Faso's military government has arrested 8 employees of a Dutch humanitarian organization called INSO, accusing them of spying and treason. The group, which includes the local country director and 4 Burkina-based citizens, is accused of collecting and sharing sensitive security information with foreign powers. The INSO has completely denied the allegations, stating that the information it collects is non-confidential and is solely used to ensure the safety of aid workers in dangerous areas. They say their staff remained in the country to resolve the issue after the organization was suspended in July for collecting sensitive data without authorization. The situation highlights the tense relationship between Burkina Faso's military government, which seized power in a coup and has aligned itself with Russia, and international aid groups. The government insists it is acting to protect national security, while the NGO maintains it is being wrongly accused while performing a critical life-saving service. Don't forget to comment and subscribe to our YouTube channel for all the latest diaspora news updates. This is Diaspora News Guide. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. in for more authentic updates and perspectives that matter to our global community.
Now, let's dig deeper. On the surface, it might look like a straightforward security case, an NGO collecting data in a conflict zone and a government cracking down on what it deems outside interference. But if we're being honest, there's more to this than meets the eye. Burkina Faso is basically saying we will not be a playground for foreign intel masquerading as humanitarian work. And indeed, when foreign NGOs operate in countries with heavy security risks, the line between humanitarian work and intelligence gathering becomes thin. It becomes a blurry line. But we must ask this: is this about security or control? Because this is set against a backdrop of African states pushing back on Western dominance. The arrest raises these questions. Are Western NGOs truly independent, or are they extensions of Western foreign policy? When African states say, stop collecting data about us and sending it abroad, is that paranoia or sovereignty reclaiming? And finally, does this make aid work harder? Because if governments treat all foreign NGOs as spies, humanitarian assistance is at risk. This story is not just about Burkina Faso. It's about a larger shift across Sahel and Africa, a growing rejection of what some call neo-colonial relationships, a move away from Western security models, and a surge in alternative alignments, for example, Russia and China. And a warning that even friendly NGOs and aid programs might be viewed with suspicion, especially by governments that feel threatened by external influence. If aid becomes synonymous with espionage, then humanitarian space shrinks. And that's a fact. If every NGO is treated as a potential spy, then who actually protects civilians in these war-ridden zones? And if African states conclude that even NGOs are part of the colonial toolbox, we may see a new era where assistance is redesigned on Africa's terms, but at the cost of access, transparency, and trust. Burkina Faso's move isn't isolated. It's a signal: either you respect our data, our sovereignty, our conditions, or you risk being labeled a spy, period. There's no two way about it. For global NGOs, this is a wake-up call. For African publics, it may be a moment of reckoning. Who really controls the aid, the intel, the narratives? Who do you think control these NGOs? It might be a moment of reckoning where we have to question these things. Who controls these NGOs? Who controls these intel? How does the Western world always have intel on our sovereignty? Why is the Western world always 2 steps ahead of us and compromising our national security? We must ask these questions. So I ask you, African Diaspora News Channel, are NGOs an extension of these colonial toolboxes that seem to want to oppress Africa and control Africa's national security? Are NGOs part of that broader plan? Are they even helping us? What is the whole point of NGOs? Can't Africa form their own NGO programs? Do we need the Western world to be in our country masquerading as NGOs while in reality they're interfering with our domestic politics, our national security? Do we need them? Do we need these international NGOs? Or is it all in our head? Can't Africa formulate or come up with their own organizations? Can't we do that as African people, as the African continent? Whenever someone needs us or whenever a country needs us, we all assemble like Avengers and go help that particular country that needs us. Is it necessary to always have European unions and the United States as part of these NGOs, as part of the assistance? Is it necessary to have them? It's like they take our minerals, make profit from our minerals, and then claim to be helping us with the very same finance that we provide. Can you make it make sense? I don't understand. I don't think it's necessary to have NGOs from the Western world infiltrating, or not infiltrating, coming in the guise of we are trying to help. We are trying to do humanitarian work. Yeah, no, NGOs are a problem. And they're also a problem in South Africa. They're also a problem in South Africa, these NGOs, the Helen Salzman Foundations. They are a problem where they ship in illegal, undocumented African migrants into South Africa and then shield them despite the surge of crime that can be accounted to them, that can be drawn back to them. Because they know these NGOs are benefiting. They are benefiting from the illegal immigrants in South Africa. Because they know somehow they even are involved in sex trafficking syndicates, human trafficking syndicates. I'm really scared that the NGOs have turned into something sinister, have turned into organizations or agents of Satan. But anyway, what do you think about this segment? Comment to us in the comment section below. Don't forget to like and share the broadcast. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss these groundbreaking conversations right here on the African Diaspora News channel. And oh, family, I have my own YouTube channel. It's called The Native Talk. The link is in the description box below. So do go to the link. Subscribe to The Native Talk. We talk everything African politics, the cultural landscape that shape our continent, and your favorite South African destination that you like to travel to with me as your tour guide, of course. Until then, have a great one.
We're also looking ahead to Election Day, and voters in Denver have plenty to decide on. Denver 7 has been following a push by the city to borrow $950 million in bonds to pay for a variety of projects across the city.
And of that, about $59 million will go toward the city's homelessness response. That's Measure 2E.
Tonight, Denver 7's Daniel Kreuter explains how that money would be spent if approved by voters, and why those opposed say this is not the right way to get things done in Denver.
2E of the Vibrant Denver bond measure outlines 3 shelter and housing projects, adding ADA upgrades to some city shelters, acquiring land for affordable housing, and constructing housing on top of a new library. It cost $59 million in bonds without raising taxes.
We need to cut the banks from the public budget. The very idea that debt's going to give us more makes no sense. Debt, we will always end up with less.
The group Citizens for No Debt strongly opposes the entire measure.
Bonds pay for nothing. They're only a document. They're a tool. You and me, the taxpayers, we pay for everything.
If you were to sit down with the mayor this afternoon, what questions would you have for him?
I'd ask the mayor, how much have we given to the banks? We need to get off that debt. And when we do, we're going to have a lot more for the city.
We took his concerns.
Hello.
How's it going? Straight to Denver Mayor Mike Johnston.
We would always rather spend with general fund than with debt if we have to. But there are times where for financing purposes, it is easier or smarter to use debt to invest.
Any viewers who kind of like are catching the headlines and seeing one headline saying City of Denver is cutting homelessness funding, yes, and then another headline saying City of Denver asking voters for more funding for homelessness. How can both of those things be happening at the same time?
Yeah, really good question. And this is true about the budget in general. People will say, wait, why are you going for the bond if there are cuts to the budget? And it is exactly because these are 2 different purposes of 2 different funds. Our budget pays employees, it pays for people, it pays for programs. The bond only does capital infrastructure.
The mayor says if the bonds don't pass, it will affect the projects outlined in the measure, as well as others on the city's to-do list.
I think this is still a wiser fiscal choice for the city to not increase taxes, get these projects done, drive economic growth, and make sure neighborhoods are safe and taken care of.
While opponents say now is the time to stop the cycle of debt and borrowing.
Break that habit, and we'll all have more for the city when we do that.
I'm Danielle Kreuter, Denver 7.
Danielle's dedicated to covering stories concerning homelessness in Colorado. If you have a story you want her to look into, scan the QR code on your screen or email her, danielle.kreuter@denver7.com.
One of the other bond issues up to voters is 2B. That one would go towards improvements to city parks and rec. Denver would sell nearly $175 million in bonds to make that happen. It would include a new Southeast Rec Center and money for the Park Hill Park that Denver bought recently.
2B really includes a lot of parks throughout the city, parks, facilities, recreation centers, pools, indoor, outdoor pools, everything from restrooms. So it includes a lot.
Similar to other bond issues, opponents of the measure argue it's money the city simply doesn't have.
And happening today, Denver Mayor Mike Johnston will officially deliver his 2026 budget proposal to City Council.
This comes as the city is facing an estimated $200 million shortfall in 2026. We've heard about this. So what does that look like when put on paper? Fox 31's Lisa D'Souza joins us live from the newsroom with the details. That's the thing, right, Lisa? We've heard about the budget shortfall, but now we got to figure out, okay, what does it look like when you actually try to fill that budget gap?
Exactly. Kind of the big question still at play here. City council members, we know they wanted some big changes to the first draft of the mayor's plan. His original plan included about $77 million in cuts with no additional layoffs. But the city council does want to keep some funding and boost some funding in other areas, especially when it comes to traffic safety and proposed cuts to the clerk and recorder's office. So let's take a look. The first draft from the mayor's office, it was a $1.66 billion proposal, according to the draft, closing 2 housing options for those experiencing homelessness. We know the clerk and recorder was a big story, upset, warning that the proposal would strip $4.5 million in funding from his office during the midterms, claiming it would force some polling centers and ballot drop boxes to close. Now, the majority of city council responding with recommendations to work with their office to fund the 2026 elections with $2.5 million, adding that the clerk's office has also identified apparently $1 million in unexpected funds that could roll over into next year. In addition, the city council is recommending restoring $1.36 million for right-of-way enforcement to improve safety for walkers and cyclists, putting another $2 million as well toward the Safe Routes to School program. Now, we've got the full list of their recommendations up on our website. It's about 4 pages long. And again, the final draft from the mayor's office is due today. Then city council will hold a public hearing on the proposal next Monday, and November 3rd would be the last key date for city council members to make any big changes, any amendments, things like that. Live in the newsroom, Lisa D'Souza, Fox 31.
And we will be following it. It's a big hole to fill. Thanks, Lisa.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us.
Thanks for having me.
On this important topic on flock cameras. You made the decision today to unilaterally move ahead with continuing the flock contract. Just to start off, why did you make that decision by yourself?
Yeah, so first what we've done is we've really listened to the feedback we've gotten from community on concerns that we share about privacy and protecting all our residents, and we've made dramatic changes. So we've made 2 really dramatic sets of changes. One is in who can access the flock cameras, and the second is what they can access it for. So as of today, our flock cameras are shut off to every federal agency, everyone outside the state of Colorado, everyone outside the city and county of Denver, and no one can access them other than Denver Police Department officers. And so that's a huge change. And that, I think, was what many folks said, is they were worried about now no federal agency can ever access our data, no outside state, no sheriff in Texas, none of those folks. The second is we'll make dramatic changes to what you can access the database for. So now we've worked with Flock to build a custom-built model just for Denver. This is a unique Denver model that only exists for us. And what it does is it will include a drop-down menu that only allows you to search license plates for a demonstrated crime under Denver and state law. So you could not ever search the database for immigration status, even though that would be illegal in Colorado. You could not search for unspecified category like other. You could not search for abortion access. Obviously, by both ruling out any access outside of Colorado and outside of Denver, we narrow that, but it also means no one will ever be able to search for anything that's not an active crime in the city.
If this doesn't go according to plan, or if something happens that, let me ask this question this way. If something happens that isn't along those guidelines, since you moved forward with this unilaterally, do the voters of Denver, do the people of Denver, people who live here, can they blame you?
Well, we've made a number of changes here. One is, for the first time also, we now have a penalty structure that Flock has agreed to with us, which is if any of these rules are ever violated, if anyone ever accesses the information inappropriately, they'll pay a $100,000 fine per infraction. So if you have 50 searches that were untoward, there'd be a $5 million fine they would agree for the first time to pay to us. So that's critically important.
Company's worth $7.5 billion. Is that enough to keep them from doing
there's
that?
never been a contract they've had that's had a penalty for a breach before that we're aware of, so this is a first step for us and for them. But importantly, we're doing this no-cost extension because Denver doesn't pay a dime for this. We're going to test this process for the next 4 to 5 months and see if we think it works. If it works for us and it works for the city, and we want to pursue a future contract, we'll bring that back. If over the next 4 or 5 months we find that it doesn't work for us, and we want to pursue a different vendor or a different strategy, we won't go forward with them. But there's no new dollar being paid to Flock or to the contract. It's our chance to pilot this Denver model with all of the restrictions we need just for us, and we think that's the right step forward. I want to make sure to mention, this is a critical public safety tool, right? When you look at why we've dropped auto theft at the airport by over 80%, that was done with Flock cameras for the ability to track that. You look at why auto theft is, remember 2 years ago, auto theft was one of the biggest things I heard about every single day. Why is that not happening anymore? Because we've dramatically dropped auto theft with the use of these cameras. We have serial rapist that was at large in the city we found using Flock cameras. We have shootings, 8, 9 homicides we've solved using Flock cameras. To turn these off unilaterally would materially make the city less safe today. I won't do that as the mayor, but what I will do is respond to people's real concerns I share about privacy. Important to know, there has never been a single migrant in the city and county of Denver who's ever been identified or detained because of Flock, period, full stop. Anyone that says differently is lying. And so there are fears of what could have potentially happened. There is no demonstrated transgression that has ever happened in Denver with these cameras. And the steps we make today will make it far more safe that none of those would ever happen going forward.
I want to talk more about that in just a sec, but first let's talk about the cost. You and I both know, probably you better than I, that nothing is free in this world. Why is this free, so to speak?
Yeah.
What do they get in return? Why did the company say, yeah, Denver, don't pay us a dime?
Well, they obviously would like to be our partner long term. They'd like to be our vendor long term. And so they would like to be able to earn a contract that would be an extension. I think they were confident enough in their ability to build a product unique for Denver, for what we needed, that we would find it to meet the needs of our city, and we would decide to go forward. If we do, that's the upside for them, is we could extend a contract. If we don't, they realize they're taking a risk to not get paid, and that I think is their commitment to us, to want to fix the challenges we've raised and to continue to be a partner if we're going to have them.
Some people might say, well, the mayor moved forward with this plan because it's under $500,000 and doesn't need the approval of city council to move forward with that. Is that true?
No, I move forward with this because it's my job to keep the city safe. It's my job to hear community feedback on what we can improve and to make changes to that. I run the executive branch. I have to operate these departments and make these decisions. And so what we did was hear that feedback, make dramatic changes. Many folks said, just scale it back to Colorado. We went farther than that. We've ruled out every other law enforcement agency in the state. Now what we will do is we'll open up other law enforcement jurisdictions who want to share with us. We would be open to if they're going to sign an MOU with us that commits to the exact same version of our Denver plan, which is you have to have the same drop-down menu that is the Denver drop-down, which only lists crimes that are chargeable in Colorado. You have to commit to never letting any federal agency or federal agent access the database. And by the way, if you or anyone on your staff violates that, you will agree to us jointly prosecuting you through your local district attorney, through our district attorney, and we'll refer to the Attorney General statewide. And so we're clear about prosecuting any violation of this, and we think that's equally important.
I'm intrigued. This is what we're now less than a day into these new plans where you shut off access for everybody other than people in the city and county of Denver. So you shut off access for everybody except for Denver police, basically. Has any department outside of Denver already approached you saying, hey, can we sign on?
Oh yeah, we already have multiple jurisdictions who are in conversations with us. And I want to be clear, this is a risk on public safety. If you have someone that commits a crime in Lakewood and flees into Denver, they will not be able to find that person in Denver. If you have someone, we had a trans woman who was kidnapped and murdered, picked up in Denver, murdered in Lakewood. We solved that crime because Denver and Lakewood could talk to each other across a Flock camera database. We are so mindful of people's concerns, we are taking a risk that it will be harder in the short term to track people across county boundaries. No one cares if you're a criminal where the Lakewood-Denver boundary is, or where the Arvada boundary is, or where the Thornton boundary is. But we think we can work with those jurisdictions to sign on to a set of values they share and we share, which is never used for immigration status enforcement, never used for reproductive care access or anything that were these worst case scenarios from other states that have never happened in Colorado, that we will make sure never happens in Colorado. So as those jurisdictions want to sign on to those sets of values, as we think they will, we'll add them back to the network jurisdiction by jurisdiction.
So you've had people, or you've had different jurisdictions saying, hey, we're interested in signing on to your MOU.
We're already in conversation with multiple of them.
Have you had any jurisdictions come up to you and say, what are you doing? We can't sign on to that.
We haven't had that yet. We've had jurisdictions who've said, what are you doing? We want to keep these on. Why would we turn them off? And we've said, we want to both be mindful of our residents' feedback about this and make sure that as we expand the network, we do it entirely safely. And that includes both with who's in the network and what the network does. The other thing we've done is communicated, we will not adopt any incremental new technology uses that the flock develops. So if they develop a new capacity or a new tool or a new system or structure or ability of the network, we will not take any upgrades automatically without agreeing individually to what those changes are, so no one has to be surprised if there's a change in functionality.
Earlier this year, you started a task force to help with not only flock cameras, but help guide the city in AI uses and surveillance technologies that are coming about. That task force, to my knowledge, was set up in part to try and make recommendations on future contracts for flock. Have they made any recommendations to you for this upcoming contract?
So they are a source for ongoing feedback on any questions around surveillance citywide and all sorts of practices. That can include everything from drones at a protest to halo cameras we use downtown to other emerging technologies like AI utilization in city functions. And so they continue to meet, they continue to bring people in from our department to our administration to get questions. They continue to work on longer term, broader ordinances. I think this is one contract within that broader context. We think we've heard the feedback both that has come up in that task force as well as from residents across the city. And the things we heard were, we just want to make sure federal agencies have no access to this data. Check, that's done. We want to make sure no potentially hostile sheriffs in other states who don't share our values don't have access to this data. Check, that's done. We want to make sure law enforcement agencies in other parts of Colorado, who, even though they're bound by the same law to not ask about immigration status, couldn't use this in adverse ways. Check, that's done. We want to make sure there's penalties if they get misused. Now, there's now both financial penalties and threat of prosecution for misuse. That's done. We want to make sure there's a chance to really pilot a system that we know works before we commit to putting new money into it. Check, that is also done. So we think we've heard a lot of those pieces of feedback and we've incorporated them into this agreement.
We've heard from at least Councilmember Sarah Parody, for example, this morning already, who is not pleased with this decision that you've made unilaterally to move forward with a flock contract. She sits on the board on this task force. Why would anybody want to sit on a task force that was designed and implemented to help guide the city in reaching new contracts if then you're going to turn around and just unilaterally extend those contracts by yourself?
Oh, a task force is designed to give feedback. A task force does not delegate the executive power of the city to a member that sits on a task force. That was never the case. That was never communicated. That was never expected. They have the chance to provide feedback. They have. I'm still ultimately in charge of this decision. I know Councilman's preference would be to shut off the cameras entirely. That would be to make the city dramatically less safe overnight. I would not do that. And so there are certain folks on the far extremes of this debate. We understand that. I think the great majority of people in the middle say we want to make sure that they're safe, that people from ICE don't have access to these cameras, that's taken care of, that federal agents don't have access, that's taken care of, that other non-aligned jurisdictions don't have access, those are taken care of. So our job is not to listen to any one person on the extremes of a debate, to listen to the great bulk of people in the middle of it and find a path forward, and we think this does that.
This, in a sense, is a debate between privacy and public safety on one hand. If you were to shut off the cameras, if you said we are going to let this contract lapse at the end of this month, which you didn't, what would be at stake? What do you think the city of Denver would lose?
I think we would see increases in auto theft. I think we would see increases in violent crime. I think we would see increases in in crime in the region because you wouldn't have the ability to coordinate on that. I mean, whenever we have a shooting, whenever we have a violent crime, the immediate look is what's the plate, what's the car, how can we find it? There's also a lot of misperception about this. What this database does is only tracks your license plate and the back of your car. This does not get your face. This is not like your photo radar cameras when you get a speeding ticket and they send you a photo of your face in the car. This literally tracks for a license plate. And searches for a license plate we have as a known plate in a crime that's been committed. And so I think there's all sorts of misperception that it's tracking people on the street. That is not what it does. It just tracks a license plate that we believe is involved in a crime. So I think that is an important public safety tool, and I think most Denverites agree with that. I think there are concerns in this moment because you have a federal government who's dramatically overreaching on violating people's civil rights. I think no one has fought that federal government harder than I have. I think there's no doubt on where I stand on protecting newcomers in the city. I've made quite clear on that. So this never was going to be something that we would intentionally let federal agencies use. It is something we will refuse to let any federal agency or federal agent use from here forward. And so I think we've met all those reasonable requests, but we also have a reasonable expectation of safety in the city. And it would be like me asking an officer sitting on the side of Colfax in a squad car to put duct tape over his eyes when he saw a car drive by. That is the system we use right now to track vehicles. Technology allows us to not have to have an officer on every block to look for a car that's missing. That's why we use things like text messages for Amber Alerts so that we're all looking. If you have someone who's been kidnapped, like the woman from Boulder who was kidnapped and picked up in Lakewood that used flock cameras to track that abduction, if you have your loved one abducted, you're not hoping that you have an officer sitting on the street corner who happens to see them.
We've seen, or we've heard both you as well as Denver police call this a game changer. If you shut off the cameras, you would expect more crime to come up. What do you tell the critics who say, shut them off?
I would say, I don't think you have a family member who's been a victim of a violent crime before, or I don't think you've had your car stolen before. But if you do have one car to get yourself to and from work every day and it gets stolen and we can't find it and you're expected to get to and from work without it, that changes your life dramatically. You can't make your monthly rent, you can't earn your living. And most importantly, if you have been a victim of a shooting or of an aggravated robbery, or you have had your car jacked and your child is in the back seat, do you want us to say, sorry, we have 111 cameras that could track where your child is in that car, but we chose to turn them off because a small number of folks were worried about a privacy risk that has never happened in this city before? That would be irresponsible. And so we won't do that. What we will do is hear out reasonable folks on both sides and find a path forward. I think this does that.
Is there a path forward without you moving forward unilaterally? When this contract runs up in March, I believe, do you feel like there is a path forward in the city of Denver with city council where you can come to an agreement for a contract that's worth more than $500,000 for a long-term contract with this company?
I do think there's a path forward because what we've done is responded to a lot of those concerns of many of the council members and the residents that we shared around privacy. This answers a great deal of those concerns. Will there still be some council members who don't support it? I imagine there will be. Will there be, if we can prove this works and works effectively over the next 4 or 5 months and protects that privacy, I think there will be a path forward, and that's what we want to demonstrate. And so I think we needed the city and the council to see how the new system would work before it was a vote on that new system. What we didn't want to have is a vote on the old system because we understood the concerns of that old system and we want to fix them. This gives us a chance to fix them, test them, and if they don't work, we'll look for another option. But if we get to a place in March where the council decides Flock is not a contract they want to support, that will not mean I'm going to turn off the cameras. That means we'll look for a different provider to operate cameras. But the basic notion that we won't use a camera infrastructure to track down crime in the city is not one that I think the residents want us to step back from.
Council voted on it 0-12 a couple months ago. Do you think that it was unanimous against it because you told them to?
Yeah. The reason was we pulled that contract down before the vote. So we had many yes votes that day. We explicitly said, let's not do this now.
People like Kevin Flynn, for example.
Yeah, we had many yes votes. We asked council to vote it down. So to be clear, we didn't ask for a vote. We didn't expect a yes vote. We asked them to vote it down so we could have the time to improve the process and address some of these really valid concerns. And so I think we did that. I think that's not at all representative of where the council was 4 months ago and not at all representative of where there will be with the changes we've made now, because that's what we've done over that last stretch of time is listen to that feedback and then be able to make changes.
My final topic that I want to touch on, and I bring this up because it's getting a lot of traction online from the far left portion of your party. There are theories that Flock is funded by Michael Bloomberg, and Bloomberg has donated to your campaigns as well. And I want to give you a chance to respond to that. Have there been any donors or any outside money that has come in and said,
no,
hey, City of Denver, Mike Johnston, can you please continue using these cameras?
No, it's preposterous. There is no outside interest that cares about us driving up crime in Denver other than maybe criminal networks or cartels. They'd probably love to have us shut the networks off. But other than that, there's zero one of our supporters who ever reached out to weigh in on this contract, and I think that suggestion is preposterous. And to me, that shows the last vestige of folks who've lost the policy argument as you try to look for conspiracies or for process complaints. The question is, what do you think is the actual solution that keeps Denver safe and protects people's privacy, particularly those folks who are newcomers in the city? No one can make a viable argument that I'm not committed to protecting the privacy of newcomers in the city. And I think no one can claim that this system, where no federal agency or agent ever has access, no one outside the state has access, no one outside Denver has access, no one can ever access it other than for a crime in this city, and any violation will be prosecuted and the company will be fined. I think that is as robust of a system of privacy anywhere in the country, stronger than what they have in California or Virginia. And so I think we've built a solution that will work for the city in a really positive way.
Mayor, I appreciate you taking the time. Is there anything I've missed or anything you want to add?
No, I appreciate you having me. Thanks for taking the time.
No type of call.
Good evening. We begin tonight with some breaking news. An officer is hurt after a shooting in Southeast Denver.
Right now, police are saying that a suspect is also injured. We should know we don't know what this person was suspected of doing, what kind of call this officer was responding to at the time of the incident. 9 News reporter Janelle Finch joins us from where it happened at Parker and Peoria in Southeast Denver. Janelle?
Yeah, Kim, Kyle, as you both said, we don't know a whole lot about what happened or what led up to this shooting, but we do know that one officer and a suspect were injured in this shooting. Denver police tell us that we're looking specifically at this Maverick gas station here as the main area of this investigation, although you can see that there are a lot of police here, dozens of Denver PD cars assisted by Aurora PD. Again, we really don't know what happened, but we do know that this investigation does have part of Route 83 closed at this time. We're expecting to potentially hear from Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas, to tell us a little bit more about what happened here and again, what led up to this shooting. But this is all that we know right now. We're hoping to learn some more information and bring you the latest.
Janelle Finch, thank you very much. So we have seen a police presence gather at Denver Health, and that is typical in these situations when you have an injured officer that you have a swarm of law enforcement there at the hospital.
And that's where 9 News reporter Spencer Soisher has been. Spencer, you got there maybe 20 minutes ago or so, and you've seen officers arrive at the scene, other officers.
Right, like you mentioned, that's sort of the thing you would expect if an officer was injured. We don't know specifically where the suspect was taken or where the officer was taken, but it's pretty clear somebody was taken here to Denver Health just based off of the response that we're seeing. Let's show you what it looked like a couple of minutes ago when we got here. If you take a look, you'll see about a dozen or so officers lined up outside the front porch here at Denver Health. We'd say we counted about 20 police cars as well lining the street here at Spear and Bannock. The road on Spear is still open, and it appears to be more of a less active scene here than it was. The last thing that I noticed was a bunch of people carrying out bags into a police car. Not entirely sure what that entails or what the reason is for that, but we don't have a lot of other information we can pass along right now, but we'll give you that as soon as we get it. Live at Spear and Bannock, Spencer Soisher, 9 News.
So, Spencer, I mean, we can draw a few inferences from what we know, right? So out there at the scene in Southeast Denver, you've got DPD on scene. You also have Aurora police on scene. Have you seen any Aurora police at Denver Health, or is it just DPD that's there?
Not that I've noticed. I think just DPD that's here. Still a lot of officers here. I think it's probably fewer than when we arrived. I don't know if they were maybe going to the scene where the crime may have happened and where Janelle is at, but I haven't noticed any Aurora police officers here, just strictly DPD at this point.
All right. So, I mean, based on that, we can draw a couple of inferences that we're likely looking at injury to a Denver police officer as opposed to an Aurora police officer.
Yes.
And in situations when they believe that the officer's life is in danger.
They're critically.
Then there would be an enormous
response.
Massing there at Denver Health, and that's something that we're not seeing tonight. So that is encouraging news for that officer who was involved in the shooting tonight. Spencer Soisher, thank you.
Some late October hail fell in parts of the Front Range today. This picture taken in Castle Rock.
Hours later, we've got some snow in the mountains. Traffic's moving again at the tunnels. It was a standstill for a while earlier. Now I say traffic's moving at the tunnels, and you have eyes. You can look and see that, in fact, it is not moving.
Not at all.
So which are you going to believe, the guy on the TV or your own eyes? It looks like traffic has stopped at the tunnels. Chris Bianchi, that could just mean that Loveland Pass is closed, right? And they're metering the traffic through the tunnels to do the hazmat.
And based on what we saw there, that would be my suspicion, is that they're metering right now and that it's not closed off. In fact, those roads have been mostly wet there at the tunnels within the last hour or so. It does look like they're getting a little secondary burst of snow. Perhaps that's slicking things back up there at the tunnels. But again, that metering, that looks new. And you saw that line was pretty short there as well. Here in Denver, after a busy afternoon, we had some really loud thunder. We had here at the 9 News studios around 5:05 p.m. the loudest thunder I have heard. And I know a lot of you heard it. If you're in downtown Denver, you heard that around 5:05, 5:10 p.m. 2 lightning strikes within a quarter mile of the just at 5 p.m. Much calmer now. Upper 30s, low 40s around the metro area. Mostly dry, and we're seeing still some leftover rain showers, eastern plains. Still a little leftover snow for us here in the mountains, but it's right there at the tunnels where we're seeing that snow right now, and that snow coming to a close. Kenosha Pass, Fairplay, that drive between Jefferson and Fairplay, a little slick right now there in South Park. Here in Denver, just a few rain showers for us. Highlands Ranch, DTC on east to about Parker. Maybe, if you look outside and you look up into the kind of street lights, maybe a few snowflakes mixing in there. Temperatures upper 30s. Wouldn't be shocked. We're seeing some flakes mixing in there, but no accumulation coming from that, but just maybe for fun, first flakes of the season. Eastern Plains, we're seeing a few showers for us from Lyman on east, and we've seen in some cases out here on the Eastern Plains a half-inch plus of rain. Hey, we'll take it heading into our first hard freeze of the season across most of eastern Colorado. That is going to be helping things on out. 30s, 40s, Eastern Plains, 50s, southeastern part of the state, 20s and 30s in the mountains right now. Freeze warning for tonight and also for tomorrow night as well. Tonight, just the appetizer event in terms of these temperatures. We're going to get about 5 degrees colder tomorrow night than what we're seeing here. So a chilly couple of nights ahead. But meantime, this is the big story globally weather-wise, is what Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. This is now the 7th strongest Atlantic hurricane ever on record in terms of central pressure, down to 903 millibars. Maximum sustained winds estimated to be about 175 miles an hour. When you're talking about a hurricane this strong, the only thing that's keeping these winds from being any stronger, this is literally as strong as those winds can get, because the friction of the atmosphere on the Earth's surface can only keep those winds at that level. Point being, this is as strong as a storm can get. Symmetrical buzzsaw eye as this crawls towards the north. And joining me for a bit more about this storm is Phil Lipoff. And Phil, it's a two-headed monster here. It's not just those winds. It's not just the storm surge coming from those winds. It's also the rain. That thing, it's crawling at 2 to 3 miles an hour, and that could mean 40 inches of rain for parts of Jamaica.
It's really slow when you talk about the eye. You cover enough of these, you see that set up. It is terrifying, and especially for folks on that island. This is a live picture from Jamaica behind me. You can see that the rain is beginning to pick up as darkness sets in there. The island is now bracing for what is, as Chris, you just said, the strongest storm of the year. The rare Category 5 storm has winds of 175 miles per hour. Potential historic damage comes along with that. Melissa's outer bands right now lashing Jamaica with wind and rain. Mandatory evacuation orders have been issued for folks on the coastal areas. The storm is already deadly, we have to tell you, killing 3 people in Haiti and Jamaica each, and 1 person in the Dominican Republic. The National Hurricane Center is warning, as Chris mentioned, as well, up to 40 inches of rain, 13 feet of storm surge, 165 mile per hour sustained winds will cause, in their words, extensive infrastructure damage and could actually cut off entire communities. Melissa is incredibly slow moving, which will only extend that window of damage. After hitting Jamaica, the storm is forecast to make a second landfall in Cuba late Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning. That would happen potentially as a Category 3 in Cuba. Phil Lipoff, 9 News.
Health insurance premiums for Coloradans who buy their own coverage independent of their employers are set to double next year. Democratic state leaders in charge of the insurance division made that announcement today, just days before the start of open enrollment. The state's Democratic leaders estimate 75,000 Coloradans will not be able to afford health insurance in 2026 because of the expected premium increase. They say it's primarily because of premium tax credits under the Affordable Care Act that are set to expire at the end of the year. Democrats in Congress are withholding their votes on a bill to reopen the federal government, demanding that Republicans extend those credits. Open enrollment begins on Saturday, November 1st. It runs through January 15th.
A fifth grade teacher in Parker and her family have been detained by immigration agents. The principal at her school, Global Village Academy, says the family was taken to an immigration detention center in Texas. The principal notified parents that ICE picked up the teacher Friday while she was at a routine appointment related to her immigration case. The principal says the teacher had authorization to work in the United States through spring of 2029. The principal says the teacher completed an I-9 verification and a CBI background check as required by law. The principal says they're working with the school's legal team and outside immigration attorneys to figure out if they can help bring the teacher and her family back to Colorado. There's no indication at this point from what we currently know that suggests the teacher committed any crime. Despite President Trump's pledge to focus his mass deportations on the worst of the worst criminals, in Colorado and elsewhere, immigration agents have been detaining people, following the rules and showing up for their scheduled immigration appointments.
A man whose murder conviction was overturned because of the CBI's evidence scandal will be tried again.
And new court documents show a possible defense in his case now relies on Colorado's best-known unsolved murder. 9 News reporter Spencer Soisher explains.
Michael Clark will walk back into a courtroom Tuesday, facing a second murder trial. He was convicted in 2012 of the 1994 murder of Marty Grisham. His conviction was secured with DNA analysis and testimony from CBI analyst Missy Woods. But it was tossed earlier this year as Woods was found to have manipulated data in hundreds of cases. Now Clark is being retried, and his new defense may include comparing his case to the John Benet Ramsey investigation.
They were grossly incompetent to investigate a murder.
John Benet's father, John, says the Boulder Police Department investigators in the 90s did a poor job in the early parts of the investigation into his daughter's killing.
They'd made up their mind that it was the parents, one of the parents, they didn't know which one. And that was it.
Boulder police investigator Thomas Trujillo was involved in both the investigation into Grisham's death in '94 and the Ramsey murder investigation in '96 and on. Trujillo would later be disciplined for misconduct, accused by the Boulder DA of being one of 5 officers not thoroughly investigating multiple assigned cases. Clark's legal team filed a handful of subpoenas Friday, including one asking for all records during the first 48 hours of the Ramsey investigation and any records that critique the Boulder PD's handling of it early on. What was your impression of Tom Trujillo?
Oh, I said he was a roadblock to our case ever being solved, period. He was refused help, refused information from the outside.
The goal of the subpoena, we've learned, is to show that investigative mistakes in the early parts of both cases have created a situation where both murders can't be solved.
I don't know anything about this other case, but I do know that the fundamental flaw in our case was a refusal to accept experienced help from the outside.
We were unsuccessful in getting in touch with the investigator, Tom Trujillo, tonight. He's retired. Boulder PD said it can't comment on the investigation because the Ramsey case is considered to be open.
A mother and her son didn't make it back from a hike at Echo Lake yesterday. They were found just hours ago. Earlier tonight, the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office announced dozens of people were looking for the 60-year-old woman and her 25-year-old son. They were especially worried because snow was coming down and they were wearing just jeans and tennis shoes. But not long after they announced the pair was missing, deputies said they'd been found. They showed up at Evans Ranch on Upper Bear Creek Road just after 7 tonight.